Good morning, Stephen.
Good morning, Stephen. Good morning, Stephen.
Like that little Inception echo. Let's see. This one here. Add that. I have my new ones. Hey, where's my new ones at? There it is. Okay. Fix that. Guten Morgen. All right. Now I go here. Do not play. Pop out the chat. Switch it to live chat. Switch this to live chat. I am starving, so I hope you guys don't mind me eating a little soup. I actually went to bed early last night and slept a full night. Apparently, I have a little small backache, and it's been waking me up at night. I took some Advil and Tylenol last night and slept the whole night. Didn't wake up once. Doing pretty good. We have, it's going to be warm today. It's going to be about 40 degrees today. But we have about 1.5 feet of snow on the ground. It's really cool, actually. I'll show you a picture. So that's what it looks like out front right now. A lot of reflections there. But it's weird. We're actually getting more snow than we usually get in Pennsylvania. This is actually Progresso hearty chicken noodle soup, and then I add a can of smoked Vienna sausage to it. So we're actually getting more snow than I usually get in Pennsylvania, at least the part of Pennsylvania where I lived. I love their chicken noodle soup so much I went and bought 3 cases. No, haven't needed it. Actually, I probably could use it today to clear the driveway, but I still don't have a way of getting it out of the trailer. The trailer is actually empty. The only thing left in the trailer is the snowblower, and I can't get it out because you need at least 4 people to get it out. Maybe 3 might do it. 2 people on the inside, 1 person on the outside, get it up on the rail, then have 2 people hold it on the rail while that 3rd person gets out and then lift it off the rail and bring it down. It's just so heavy. And when I built a trailer, I didn't build it with a removable back. So we can't just roll it off the back on a ramp or something like that. It has to be deadlifted up 3 feet over and then down 6 feet to the ground. And the thing weighs well over 300 pounds. But that's the weird thing about this snow. Yesterday, I went and cleared off the car just so it wouldn't be hard to clear off later, and cleared a path to it and whatnot. I know the pickup truck runs, so if I had an emergency, I could just put the 4-wheel drive on and go wherever I needed to go. And the weird thing is, though, I was like, something? What the hell? Let me try to drive out of here. Worst I can do is get stuck, right? And my driveway's big enough that if I get stuck in my driveway, I just leave the car where it is and walk back in the house. I backed up and drove right out of the driveway. I mean, and TixAbs never even activated at all during the drive. I couldn't believe it. The snow is just so, it's so soft, fluffy, and crunchy that it's easy to drive through. Like you couldn't even make a snowball out of it. You'd have to compress a bunch of it first before you can even make a snowball. So it's really easy to walk through. Shoveling it, I mean, I thought I was getting ready to break my back shoveling that driveway. Nothing. Literally, I just take the shovel and go with whole shovelfuls at a time. It's so light and fluffy. Yeah, most of this will be gone tomorrow. Matter of fact, the only reason mine won't be gone today is because there's 14 inches of it. You know, if I actually took a snowblower to it, it'd all be gone today. Up here, the snow just evaporates very quickly. Hey, 3D Print Viking, 3D Jimmy, Pygar. Almost got. I have a package I need to mail out. It's almost ready. I just haven't been going to the post office because of the snow. Like, even my microwave didn't get delivered yesterday because UPS said weather conditions. I don't blame them. A truck might get stuck in this. And so they're supposed to come today. That's exactly what I was thinking. That once I shoveled up a basic path, that I was seriously tempted to grab the cats, go outside, and just go and throw them in the snow pile, just to see what they would do. But my fear is they would actually enjoy it and take off. I just woke up, so this is breakfast. I'm starving. We ate early dinner yesterday, so we ate at like 3 in the afternoon. And so I haven't eaten since 3 o'clock yesterday, so I'm hungry. But it's really impressive. I mean, every snow we've gotten has been the same. Light, fluffy, airy, crunchy snow. So that's probably why it evaporates so quickly too. Yeah, if they have to come through this area. Doing good. Keep my victims happy, T. Rucker. I like snow too. One of the reasons I chose to move to Edgewood is that it's 4 seasons. So you still get, summer, you still get a winter, still get something of a spring and fall. Spring and fall are kind of melted into summer and winter, with it leaning more towards summer. But the summers are also milder, so that's a good thing. But yeah, I like snow. I'm waiting for Ziltech to restock the 5-kilo rolls. Let me check again, because I need some filament. The normally I don't like black, but the where's it at? There it is. But their glossy black is so beautiful that I don't want to finish the Sorceress until I get more of it. Yeah, so anyway, it's still out of stock. ABS Petchy, yeah, out of stock. Damn it. Come on, Ziltech, restock. I can't even buy like 1 kilogram rolls because I don't know what filament will look the same, be the same visually. Yeah, I bought 2 rolls of white, and the one roll was really bad hygroscopically. It had a lot of water in it, a lot of snap, crackle, pop. So they sent me a replacement roll, and it was black because they didn't have any more white. Yeah, I've been kind of going rocket crazy. So what got me interested into it again was Mech G. If you guys remember, Mech G is one of my favorite designers. He makes rockets. Get my chat up. So he made a bow mark. It's a cruise missile. This is ABS printed in the enclosure. Yeah. So he made a bow mark. I printed it. Hey, David. And of course, I upscaled it. So here is a bigger one. But I used silk. That wasn't a good idea. It looks beautiful, but it's not very strong. And then I said, how big can I go while still staying within an i3 Ender 3 style build volume? Well, it happens to be 230%, 2.3x. And that's, I got this. And this is actually going to be a kit I'm going to sell. I got permission. And it's going to fly. So there's the motor tube that goes up the center. I have to cut off the excess. The nose cone comes off. So you would glue these two pieces together after putting a piece of Kevlar through those holes and tying it. So that would be your connection for here. And you'd also, I have a hole I'm going to put in that centering ring inside there. And your parachute would go inside this tube. Now the whole point is, this is all plastic except for that tube. Well, the purpose of that tube is to make sure the ejection charge gases from the rocket motor doesn't burn up the plastic and melt it. And so that's actually going to be a kit. Yeah, well, this got to be painted. The tips have to be painted red and the nose has to be painted red. So it'll actually be pretty visible in snow. It won't glide, of course, although I am working on a design for a 3D printable glider rocket. I'm working on that. I'm probably going to do my Pegasus, which is a rocket. It's a Delta Wing. I did it for Micromax motors. It's a very easy design. So then if you notice, the tail section on that looks really neat. So I got rid of the horizontal stabilizer and made my own rocket using that tail section. And came up with this. This is cool. Now the real advantage of all these rockets you're going to see is that they're all vase mode printing. Hey, Edge of Tech. They're all vase mode. So they're fast, they're flawless, they're strong, and they're perfect. And they're also really lightweight. This weighs about maybe slightly more than an Estes Alpha. I mean, it's really, really light. I got to dig out my scale so I can weigh these things, but really lightweight. And then I came up with a design I call the Woody because it's made of wood filament. That one came out really neat. And again, all vase mode printed. This is all printed on the Anycubic Mega Zero. That printer is actually turning out to be amazing. I got my heat bed for it too. 25-watt heater. Use this like on your oil pan of your car or motorcycle or something like that. More than enough just to get the temperature just up a little bit. What I want to do is I want to find a little outlet or plug or circuit where I can push a button and this will turn on and stay on for 20 minutes and then turn off. This way I have a little bit of heat in the initial start when you need it. But that one's wood PLA. And same thing. Here's your shoulder. So that prints as a separate piece. This is the only non-vase mode printed part because that needs to be strong enough to handle the shock cord being yanked. And then your motor tube inside with the centering ring coupler to join it together. And then your motor tube comes out the back. You stick an engine in there. You'll glue on your motor retention. Put that on there and your rocket is ready to go. So then I came up with a space fighter. This is going to change a little bit because the overhang angle is a little high. So there's the space fighter. Figure there's their wings and your canards and your cockpit, and these are your radiators to dissipate heat into space. I just thought that was pretty cool. But again, nicely designed coupler. Your body tube goes up the center, and so that will be a flying rocket. I made the wings a little bit bigger so I can make the angle a little less acute. As you can see, the overhang was a little bit much. It's a little rough. So that increased angle should help with that. But there you go, it's a space fighter. Then this is what I'm working on. I'm thinking about actually making this a rocket unto itself. It's got these little ribs on it that look really cool. I like it. And the idea was that this would have a ring fin, which didn't finish printing, but the ring fin would fit in here like that. And you'd have a ring fin rocket. I call it Alcubierre 1 after the Alcubierre drive warp ship that NASA came up with. So, but the ring fin has to finish printing. But just some neat stuff I was working on. That's what I've been going crazy printing over the last week. Well, the idea is that the science fiction idea, and even the nose cone has these little ribs going straight up. Today, beautiful, 40 degrees. We got like 14 inches of snow on the ground. So the idea is the ring generates the warp bubble for the warp drive to work. And so these rings keep that warp field around the ship so that the ship stays inside the warp bubble. That's the idea anyway. That gave me the excuse to add all the little details. So I thought that was pretty neat. Have you made one from resin? A rocket from resin? I wouldn't. Too heavy, too delicate. Hey, Nosy. Let me clear your space for you. Come on, baby. There you go, baby. How you doing? Yeah. You're going to explore now? No. Waiting for the 45-degree angle elbow. Nosy. His name's Noel, but I always call him Nosy. The tough resins, ABS-like resins. Hey, don't do that. They're going to be interesting for detail parts. Hey, I said no. So, for example, the escape tower on top of a redstone or something like that, that's where resin is going to really come in handy. Got that out of the way. So I'll eat in front of you guys. No, I haven't. I'd like to. Nice. I love my Wawa tea. So I have my own little Wawa station here in the house. I even got the Wawa insulated cups and stuff like that, so I can have my own little Wawa station. I really miss Wawa. Yep, it's not too bad. Still got a bit of this cough, which is annoying as hell. Actually, I found my cough relief tablets. We'll see if they do any good. Oh, chai doesn't matter. I can get chai anywhere. The difficult to get one is the ginger peach. I can get ginger peach on Amazon, but it doesn't taste the same. There's something about the Wawa ginger peach that's just a little different. So do you take one? I assume you take one. Yeah, we'll find out. Got this off Amazon, see if it does any good. Something to... It doesn't hurt or anything. There's no pain. It's just annoying. No problem, Don. I wish I could give you more advice, but I don't want to lead you astray because I just don't know. Got myself some chai tea. The Smiths they have clearance things that they racks in the back, shopping carts that they put clearance stuff in, and they had these Tazo K cups, chai tea Tazo K cups for $1.09. Couldn't pass that up. Yes, they are. They are truly amazing. Black cherry is one of my favorites. I love the tangerine mango, And the wild cherry you can't get out here out west. I have not found it yet. Well, I should say I have not found it at my one Walmart. I've only been to one. These are cool. These are vacuum cups. So these cups are actually double wall. There's an inside and an outside, and there's a gap in the middle, space where it's a vacuum. So these are actually insulated cups, so your tea doesn't get cold so fast. Yeah, most tea, I don't like it without creamer. I prefer tea with creamer, but the chai tea is one of the few that it tastes good without the creamer. My sister loves the orange and cream. Oh yeah, she really likes that. For me, it's okay. I'll drink it. It's just not my favorite. But yeah, she loves it. Yeah, I made sure to use some hairspray this morning to keep it, keep it in check. I'm gonna give it another month, and if it hasn't gotten substantially longer in another month, I'm just gonna start getting it cut. It seems like it doesn't want to get long. Yeah, Filament 1 makes good stuff. Although this stuff, I had to stop using my printer last night. It jammed up the nozzle. So some of these particles must be larger, and they must have collected at the end of the nozzle and jammed it up. And of course, I can't find any of my probes to probe it and unclog it. Changing the hot end on the Mecha Zero. Maybe it's just mine. I don't know. But the hot end is not very good. It's got either an offset or a misalignment somewhere in there. I already took it apart, put it back together. It's not leaking. So there's a good seal there, but it's misaligned, or the bore through the nozzle itself is too large. What is the cheapest 3D printer for the money? I want to make miniatures. Buy a resin printer. If you want to make miniatures and you want to do it cheaply, buy a resin printer. I mean, actually, I'm going to be doing it next week. It should be here Monday. And it might be my most highly suggested printer for resin just because of the screen. But you can get like an Anycubic Photon, not the S, but the regular Photon, $239. You can get the Creality resin printer, which is fantastic, for like $250. You can get the Eligo Mars for like $240, $250. And there's another one, the Frozen Sonic Mini. It's a little smaller build volume, but fine for miniatures. It's $200, about $60 shipping for me to the US. So it depends on where you're going. But that printer has something fascinating. It has a 2,000-hour monochrome LCD screen. See, on these printers, the LCD screens are consumables. They wear out because you're blasting them with UV light, and that kills them. So they're only good for like 400 to 600 hours, and then you have to replace them. But they're RGB screens. This one is a monochrome LCD screen. It's supposed to be good for 2,000 hours. On top of that, it permits more UV passage. So you can have burn times down to 1.5 seconds per layer. Yeah. I'm super excited about that. I inquired and said, hey, by chance, would you send that a review unit? They said yes. So next week, we're doing the Frozen Sonic Mini. That's going to be cool. The big question is, how much are the screens? The screens last 4 to 5 times longer. So as long as a replacement screen is less than 4 times the cost of one of these, and it has to be, because 4 times the cost of one of these is $120, which is almost the entire price of the printer. So as long as that screen is not 4 times the price of these screens, that would be the way to go. And resin's getting cheap. You can get resin for $30 a kilo, even cheaper sometimes. And remember, when you're printing miniatures, you're not using much resin. Throw a 0.2 millimeter nozzle on an FDM printer, and you can do damn good miniatures with an FDM printer too. So get yourself I would go with an Ender 5, not an Ender 3. Oddly enough, because with the Ender 5, the bed doesn't move. And so you're less likely to have issues printing little itty bitty tiny things. I made some, that was one of my model rockets. It's one of the designs I'm working on. This one didn't finish. The ring fin didn't finish printing. But all of this, the nose cone, the tail section, including the fins. This is all one piece. And this and my centering rings inside, all vase mode printed. I figured out how to do complex prints with vase mode. Check this out. You're going to love this. So this is a big centering ring, very lightweight. This weighs like 3 grams, 4 grams. But that's a centering ring. So you got 2 rings. You got the outside, the inside, and these connecting ribs. That's for the Beaumark inspired rocket there. This is vase mode. And then I have this centering ring. This is also vase mode. Yeah, I figured out how to do complex multi-compartment shapes in vase mode. So not only does it print fast, and not only does it print light and strong, it prints flawless. Even if you have a reasonably, an kind of printer, this is still gonna print in vase mode. And it's a little bit of a pain in the butt to make them, especially when you have non-vertical surfaces on the print, because you have to make your own custom cut tools. But basically, actually, I can show you. I have a picture. Look carefully at that. You notice how there's cuts? Okay? You notice how this cut goes all the way through? But these cuts do not go all the way through. They go 0.6 millimeters to the edge of the model. So basically, this is really fascinating. I didn't invent this. Someone else invented this. I just reinvented how to do it. No, this is Tazo chai tea. But this is really fascinating. I wish I could remember the guy I got the idea from. It's the guy who made you guys remember the toolboxes I printed? The little, it's a little like a toolbox drawer thing. So you have the big thing with the multiple compartments, and then you print the little drawers, and the little drawers slide in there. That's all vase mode printed. He told me what he did, and I could see it. And I couldn't figure out how to implement it. Well, I finally figured out how to implement it. So, hey, stop. He wants to play with the rockets. What would have been an interesting stream? Oh, with bourbon. If you don't stop it, I'm going to kick your butt, cat. Leave it alone. Good boy. He's like, but I want to play with it. So, let's say, well, I'll show you how I did my... If you don't leave that alone, I'm going to bite you. I'm going to put your tail in my mouth, and I'm going to bite it. And then we're going to hear you scream. So, for example, the drawer box. Oh, let's do the cat bowl. Okay. So I made that cat dish. Okay. So you remember the cat bowl that I printed. Okay. Now, obviously, doing the 2 holes in the top is easy. Just print it upside down, and those are part of the first layers. But then I realized I didn't want it to be too squishy in the middle. So if you look at it from the bottom, you have the bowl like this. So I wanted to put a rib in the middle. Like that, to give it strength. But that bisects the model into 2 halves. So how do you vase mode that? Well, you have to remember, this model is not hollow. This model is solid. And when you do vase mode, you're basically printing the outside perimeter without any infill. So the way to do that is you have to create a continuous path that lets you do that. So here's how you do it. This is massively exaggerated so that you can see what I'm talking about. you just do that. As you can see, it's still vase mode. The only difference is I bring these in until they're almost touching. So what you do is you take your shape and you put a 0.15 millimeter slit into it. You cut a slit into it. But that slit stops 0.6 to 0.8 millimeters from the edge of the model. And you can do this over and over again. So for example, the centering ring that I printed, see how that's got like, what is it? 1, 2, 3. That's got 8 cavities. That's to give this rigidity, because you see with this one here, it's real squishy. Okay, so my new one has extra ribs here, here, and here to give it stiffness. So the way you do that is you have your outside perimeter and your inside perimeter, and you put a slit in it, and that gives you your inside and outside circumferences in vase mode. As you can see, that's a continuous path. Well, then you cut the other 7 ribs on the inside, but the cut doesn't go all the way to the outside wall. It only goes partway to the outside wall. And you retain vase mode. By making the slip 0.15 thick, the 2 paths of filament end up touching when the filament expands, and so they're fused together. In the slicer, they're not touching. They're 0.15 apart, but your printer can't resolve 0.15, especially since I over extrude when I print these. So the over extrusion, the 2 sides touch and it melds together. And then the same thing happens up here. When you get to the outer wall, you don't go all the way, but you go close enough that the filament touches the outer wall and fuses to it. And the result is you get a stupidly fast, stupidly light, incredibly strong, super easy to smooth print with no retractions at all vase mode coupler. And it's annoying to make them, and I can't scale this. If I tried to scale this up, the gap to the wall would also scale up. And if you put it in your slicer and it doesn't do vase mode, it starts splitting the model. That means your cut was too close to your wall, and you got to move the cut away from the wall a little bit. And that could be a pain, but once you get it, that's it. You're good. That's why all these models are the same body tube size, because I can use the same couplers. I don't have to redesign the coupler. But yeah, it's fascinating. This is also how I did the drawers, the inserts drawers. I'm going to do a video on that soon. In my kitchen table for the silverware, same thing. It's basically a big block with 2 cuts in it so that it forms vase mode walls. Really, really amazing. I wish I could remember the guy's name. It's the guy who designed the... Oh, I don't even know if he invented it. Maybe somebody else invented it. He copied them. I don't know. Like I copied him. But the guy who made those tool drawers, those little... You know how you get the big thing of drawers with all your little nuts and bolts in it? He made a 3D printable version of that, and the whole thing prints vase mode. Yes. In Fusion 360, you probably could scale that. Well, what you would have to do, well, you see, the thing is, I don't know if Fusion 360 can do this, because I don't know how you would do this in Fusion 360, because Fusion 360 doesn't work in solids. I don't know enough about Fusion. I assume you can. I assume it's possible. This is all done in Tinkercad. But when you scale the model, you would have to not scale the gap. The gap has to stay 0.15 and 0.6, no matter how big you make it. So I need to learn Fusion 360. It's just a matter of time. Fusion 360 is going to be a huge time dump. It's going to be me spending hours for several weeks in front of a computer just grinding away and learning it. And I just don't have that time right now, but I need to, because it's so powerful. It's so powerful. I personally use Simplify 3D. I've never used Cura. Not quite. Who's that guy who's got like 15 resin printers? I only got 4. Next week I'll have 5. I'd appreciate that. At some point when I get ready to deep dive into it, we'll see if you're available, and maybe we could do like a video chat while we're just putzing around, do a screen share thing and putz around in Fusion 360. The thing is, most of my stuff is very technical. Specific outside diameter, specific inside diameter, that kind of thing. No, that's no problem. That's no problem. You try Prusa Slicer and also try Idea Maker. They're both supposed to be very good. Yeah, we got 14 inches of snow, buddy. Yeah, we got a lot of snow, man. But it's all light, fluffy, crunchy snow. I drove the car right out of the driveway like it wasn't there. I couldn't believe it. Tick-sabs didn't even turn on any time when I drove around. I couldn't believe it. See you later, Edgewood NM. Let me get this charged up to 80 so I can plug that back in. But yeah, fascinating process. It's a little bit of an annoyance to get it done, but once you get it done, oh man, it's just totally repeatable. You just, this part weighs like 5 grams, 4 grams. Actually, no, I think this is 3.12 grams. If I remember the slicer output right, this is like 3.5 grams. It's so like, but it's strong. Like I can't break it. It's incredible. I collapsed the outside wall a tiny bit between 2 of the ribs, but the structure is still intact. It's just it's incredibly strong. Just the Vase mode's amazing. The more you can do in Vase mode, it's just amazing. Now the shoulder for the nose cones, those can't be done in Vase mode. Well, they can be done in Vase mode. The problem is, okay, Vase mode is strong this way. Okay, so if I crush this part this way, Vase mode is incredibly strong. But if I crush the part this way, Vase mode is not strong. Okay, that one is because I added more ribs. But even still, it's weaker. It's weaker this way than it is this way. This way, it's stupidly strong. This way, it's not so stupidly strong. Now, the forces a rocket is going to experience, these kind of rockets is going to experience, is far less than their material strengths. So it's not an issue. So, for example, there is no force that this rocket is ever going to experience that's going to do this, except for one part. This part. This is the shoulder for the nose cone. So here's your nose cone. You need a shoulder so that you can slide the nose cone into the body tube. Okay, that's what this part here is. You can see I've made it taller. So this is a taller one. Now I'm going to switch over to this one because this one's easier to look at because it's not this glitter, which is hard to focus on. So the shoulder, however, this is what you attach your shock cord to. A shock cord is what attaches these 2 parts of the rocket together. So when this rocket shoots up into the air, it needs to deploy a recovery system. Otherwise, it's going to ballistically come back down and just smash into the ground and destroy itself. So after the thrust of the motor, the delay grain of the motor, there's a small powder charge at the top of the motor that goes, and that pressurizes the inside of the rocket, pops the nose cone of the rocket off. Okay, but you want to keep the 2 parts. So you have to attach these 2 parts together. We attach them with a shock cord. Usually that's a piece of Kevlar and also some elastic so that it has a little bit of ding-ding, so it doesn't just go bing and snap the parts apart. It goes, and comes back. Controlling the length and the amount. Like, for example, SD's rockets in the old days tended to come with not enough elastic. And so you'd get what's called an SD's dent, we called it. So what would happen is the nose cone would pop off, the elastic would go, and then it would come back and go ping, and the nose cone would smash into the top of the body tube and dent your body tube. The solution is longer shock cord so that it can dissipate its energy and not have enough energy to come smashing back. But the actual connection point to the nose cone, especially because the nose cone will probably have some weight inside of it to balance the rocket. Well, they were calling for 4 to 8 inches. We got a lot more than 8 inches. We got at least 12, 14 inches. I mean, it's crazy how much snow we got. It's beautiful. It's so gorgeous outside. So the nose cone is going to have the most force exerted on it because it's being forcefully ejected with a powder charge out of the rocket. On top of that, it's going to experience a lot of force when it reaches the end of that shock cord. And you just have to assume there's going to be failure at some point. Your shock cord is going to tangle and it's going to go, bah! And it's going to crank tight. Because remember, this is going to shoot off like a missile. And then that shock cord is going to reach its length limit. And this nose cone is going to go bing, and it's going to get jarred to a stop. Well, if like this one here, the only way I could make this one survive that much force is I would have to lay the shock cord along the inside of the nose cone here and glue it the whole length. And even then, it might rip that shock cord out of the nose cone or rip the nose cone apart. So this part is built tough. So there's only 2 perimeters and 5% infill. And then about halfway up, I go to 15% infill. And then at the top, I go to 25% infill. The idea is to connect those center 2 holes with all of the infill. Because the easy way to do a shock cord on a rocket like this is I take a piece of Kevlar and I run. Actually, I can do this. Imagine this is a piece of Kevlar. So I run the Kevlar up inside the rocket on both sides like this. Okay. And then I tie it into a knot on this end. Now I have a loop attached to the rocket. That is attached. Okay. So there's my Kevlar loop that will be permanently attached to the rocket. And then I glue this inside of here. And now I have this Kevlar loop attached to the rocket. Well, this point right here is going to experience a lot of force when this cord gets yanked like that and it ejects out of the rocket. So this needs to be strong enough to handle that force. And my fear was I can Vase mode print this, but number one, you need weight at the front of the rocket. Most of these rockets will require a small amount of nose weight to make them stable. Yes, they are. No, you are never going to experience heat friction with a rocket like this, unless you're talking about amateur scale rockets, like things going supersonic, to 20,000 feet. But if you're talking standard model rockets, there is no heat friction. They don't go anywhere near fast enough. Even one of these rockets going supersonic is not going to produce any heat. It's going to be supersonic for half a second. Now, if you're talking amateur scale rockets, yeah, that could be an issue. But then you should be using different materials. Your fork works again? What do you mean your fork works again? So are you talking amateur scale rockets, like space rocket kind of stuff, Ron James? Oh, Marlin fork. Okay. I'm thinking, fork and spoon fork. But yeah, some of the higher speed rockets can, like burn the paint off the rocket. Nice. So the shoulder is made with conventional, perimeter and layer, just so I can make sure that because my concern is that these 2 rings would collapse and tear out if I did them in Vase mode. Nice. But that's the idea. That's how that works. So that's the only part of the whole rocket that doesn't have to be Vase mode. I even Vase mode print conformal launch lugs. So these are launch lugs. You'd glue them to the side of the rocket to allow the launch rod to guide the rocket during its initial flight. And they are Vase mode printed and they are conformal. So you can see there's a curve there so that they will fit flush right against the side of the rocket. So you'll get a maximum glue surface area when you glue that launch lug on there like that. So pretty darn cool. And there's one for you, Pygar. I got you a periwinkle silk Groot Marvin. So I'll toss that in the box too. Yeah, a J-class rocket should not generate enough heat to affect plastic parts. The only heat source you're going to have in a J-class rocket, I've flown up to K engines. The only heat source you're going to have in a rocket that big is the engine itself, and that is an issue. So if you're using plastic parts to connect the motor to the rest of the rocket, a long burn J could generate enough heat to soften those plastic parts. So for example, I use, well, here, I'll show you. So here's my engine tube, and my engine tube slides into this tube, okay? And that holds it inside of the other tube. That's your centering ring. Now, in a J-class rocket, this would be a concern. I would be concerned about the heat coming through this tube, the paper tube, softening this, and that motor might let go. That would be bad. But but the airframe itself, you're never going to see enough heat, even at Mach 2. I mean, okay, if you go minimum diameter, if you're doing like a high impulse minimum diameter J, you might see enough skin friction to generate some heat, but I just can't imagine it being enough to deform a part. The aerodynamic forces themselves would be stronger than the heat. You just use a thicker nozzle. You had the nose fail? The nose cone? What do you mean it failed? Did it collapse? Did it melt? Did it deform? And also, did it fail before or after ejection charge? Like, did the ejection charge fail it, or did it fail under thrust? Was it a mechanical failure, a compression force failure, or was it a heat failure? That is a glint filament from Filament 1. Yeah, the Filament 1 glint filament is gorgeous. It's really nice stuff. Hey, Larry. Yeah, I got your card. Let me make sure I don't show an address. No address? No. So, yeah, I got your card. Thank you. So you notice today we got the resin printer up here, and I've got some prints on there that I finished, and we got something else from Anycubic. This should be the wash cure station from Anycubic. So that's going to be interesting. Yeah, I agree. After I printed it, I realized, oh my God, that is gorgeous. I mean, it is just beautiful. I mean, the only problem with this filament is it hides all the details. So I need to use this on a more a non-fancy design rocket, because the it's hard to see all the nice little details I designed into this, because the glitter filament just hides it so well. But yeah, that's just, oh, gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. No problem. I keep my victims happy. And just remember, as more and more people get fed up with modern politics, they shall come to the dark side. They shall come to agree with me that we should eat them. Oh, there we go. That's new. The corner protectors are plastic instead of cardboard. Usually they're really thick cardboard. Yes, absolutely. Yes, it is. Wash and cure station. With a nice flat piece. Power supply. Oh, that's the same power supply as the Mega Zero. Good multi-use of parts. Warranty card, bearing, and some wrenches. Okay, minimum diameter, so you were really pushing it. I'm guessing probably a high impulse J. You really punched it hard. Well, the way you might be able to get around that is paint it. Put an ablative coating on the nose cone, and also build the nose cone with some structure. So, where's that part? Here. So, use some progressive infill on the nose cone. Start off with 0, and then maybe 20% below where the nose cone deformed, begin adding infill to give it a little bit of structure to hold its shape better. And switch from vase mode to multi-perimeter. Also, you might actually want to use wood filament, or I don't know, carbon filament might be worse, but wood filament should be better. Wood filament will add a little bit of stiffening to your structure, and also some heat insulation, because the wood is a heat insulator. Carbon filament might also work because the carbon might absorb some of the heat, while also adding stiffness to the part. It'll become more delicate, but if you're going to paint it or coat it, then that'll take care of your strength. I mean, it's just a nose cone. But basically, you need more mass to dissipate the heat, because you only have to experience that heat for a second or two. It won't be long, so you just need to dissipate that heat for that short little bit of time. Go from there. Somehow I doubt the virus would last for the shipping around the world. Most viruses don't last very long in the open air. You know, for an hour or two tops. So most of them are measured. Most of it's measured in minutes. Like, I think the AIDS virus survives outside of your body for like 13, 14 minutes, and then it dies. That's usually why it requires a fluid transfer. So I doubt there's any risk, you know, getting a package. That looks kind of cool. Oh, okay, there's the UV lights. And there must be a there's a turntable in here. Oh, this is going to be cool. Oh, this is going to be very cool. No parts in there. Excellent packaging. All perfectly cut for the parts that are going to go in here. Is that another light? No. I don't know what that is. Is that just plastic? It looks like there's something in there. Probably just a sticker. For freedom to make. Wow, nicely built too. All aluminum. All aluminum and sheet metal. I wonder what that is. So don't. Okay, looks like it's a touch panel on the front, like those little like your microwave buttons. Little plastic porn for you guys. This is thin porn. Yeah. I'm not gonna taste it. Okay. So there's your basket. This looks like your. Oh wow, that's interesting. Oh no! Wait a minute. How does that work? I bet you this has got a magnetic stir. That looks like two magnets on there. So that when you put this in here, yeah, I just saw the magnets line up. Look at that. See that? I can make it spin. So there's magnets in here that turn and agitate the fluid. Oh, that's cool. And then I'm guessing this physically connects. Yep. There's a aluminum part there that will physically interface with that. And so this can turn. There's probably a stepper motor in there. So your part sits on here and turns, and the UV lights cure the part as it rotates. That's actually really cool. So instead of using an ultrasonic cleaner, they just stir the liquid. That's cool. And that's also why it's, yeah, that's, now the only thing I don't like is that's going to, how are you going to keep that basket from rattling away in there? Because the basket touches the stirrer. I don't know. I think it's over $200. It's not super cheap. But this is also looking a lot nicer than I thought. I wasn't. Oh, here's something that probably holds on to the basket, I bet. Sealable lid. So I don't know how that would go on. What's the point? I guess when you're not using it, you can put that on. No. This is, you would have this as a mate with the printer. You move the parts from the printer to this because there's no printer hardware in this. So you would use this part here to clean the parts. Then after you've cleaned the parts, then you'd put this on, which is annoying to line up. And then you just sit your part on there, and the UV lights would cure it as it rotates around. And of course, it has a shroud to keep you from getting blasted by those UV lights. So that would sit on there and keep everything inside. A dumb freaking update. I need to figure out how to root this phone so I can kill those updates. Wedge. Okay. Give you guys a better view. go. It's a Motorola Z2 Flash, I think. Z2 Flash. Here comes the painful porn, peeling the acrylic. Actually, that wasn't too bad. Here goes. Oh, that wasn't too bad at all. Anycubic, a suggestion for you. Either use a mirror for this part, a rear surface mirror, not a first surface mirror. So not a primary surface mirror, but a rear surface mirror. Rude on XDA. Yeah, I know XDA. I'm on the XDA forums. But either use a mirror or metalize the bottom of this because you want this to reflect UV light. The idea is that, does they line up? Yes, they do. Good. The screws line up, so it's easy to install once you peel it. When you have your part sitting on the bed here, you want the underside to get cured. And the underside is not going to get cured if it's sitting on top of a surface. So by metallizing or using a mirror for this disc, you will allow some of the UV light to bounce up underneath and get the bottom of the part more effectively. That would just be a good suggestion. Either use a piece of rear surface mirror, your standard glass mirror, or metallize the back of this like for a CD. You can just use a ion spray metallization process like they do for CDs, polycarbonate CDs. Just metallize the back surface so that when you shine a UV light on it, it reflects to the underside of the model and cures the entire model a little more effectively. You might even want to consider like an LED inside the base shining up, to get the center of this plate. Yeah, that's actually doable. I don't know how reflective to UV light that is, but that is doable. Take a an old CD, like an AOL CD you don't need, and just put a hole in the middle of it the size of this. Actually, the hole in the CD might be big enough. The CD might just slap right on top of that. Actually, do I have a CD? A disc I can use to check it? I probably don't have one handy. Yes, I do. Come here. Come here. Actually, better. This one here. Yeah, that's actually got a DVD in it, which should be silver. Yeah, it's silver. Oh, it's so close. It's so close. It's off by a millimeter, if that. Oh, that is so annoying. We're going to have to fix that. I don't care. It's kind of poetic. I'm using Transcendence as the disc. It's got the Blu-ray in there, so that's the only one I care about. Although it'd be interesting to see if this still plays afterwards, because it might wobble. Oh, it's so close. What I really need is my deburring tool, but I can't find it. Actually, no, duh. I have one right here. It might not be big enough, though. Yeah, too small. So it's bigger than 14 millimeter. Although I wonder if that will cut better. Almost. Got it. So now I have a reflective layer. The problem is it's not reflective right in the center. There's a little, actually it is. That is a mirror. Okay, we're good. Nice. And that's it. I don't have to do anything else. That's a friction fit. Perfect. Now I have a reflective layer to get some of that UV underneath the model. So there you go, Anycubic. Buy a bunch of blank CDs and slap them on the bottom there. If anybody at home, if you buy this and you have a an old AOL CD, or it needs to be a stamped CD, not a burnable, because the stamped CDs have an aluminized layer. It's actually aluminum, so it's silver. Should reflect more light, while CDs tend to be blue. I'm sure you can print a condom. It probably won't be very effective. Well, actually, it probably will be very effective because you probably won't be doing much with it. Probably won't be very comfortable, though. Compact disc, CD. You know why I still like CDs? There's a good reason to like CDs. High quality and no DRM. I retain control. I will never buy digital music. I will not buy digital media, ever. Because I will not give up my personal property rights. And when you buy digital media, you're giving up your personal property rights. Yeah, we got some nice ribbing going on there. I just refuse to give up my personal property rights. I think it's illegal to take it. I have, if anybody knows where to get bigger versions of this tool, I love this tool. This tool is great in rocketry when you have to make a hole larger. It's really wonderful for that. But this is the biggest one I found. This one's 0 to 14 millimeters. So if anybody knows where a larger version of this hand tool is, let me know. But yeah, these are great to keep in your toolbox. Wonderful, wonderful little tools. What I need is one that goes up to 29 millimeters. You know, but it's hand tool like this. I have some records. I got that limited edition Aliens vinyl set. That the record is made of that transparent green ooze, that neon green ooze plastic. Very cool. I also have an LP of one of my Bond songs from that group Bond. I love that. There we go. We are at 80%. So I can unplug that and plug this back in. Keep that charged up. Yeah, this was at Dollar Tree. Blu-ray and DVD for $1. Hello. Yes, I bought that. So there you go. That solves that problem. Not really a problem, just a would be nice. So now I have a reflective surface underneath there. Hey, Jessica. We talk about rockets and 3D printers here. I used to own a porn shop. My dad had a porno shop, and I had to keep it in order to survive when he left me with 200 grand in debt. But it's gone now. Somebody else has it. It's their problem, not my problem. I hate the place. But anyway, so there was always a lot of sexual innuendo. And of course, when trolls come onto a live stream, of course they bring sexual innuendo with them because that's what trolls do. So you know, we get to own them pretty good. We are filing the opposition for Elderwood's trade dress application this week. So the Lawful Masses, Leonard French, he started a GoFundMe for it, and they met their $5,000 goal. They actually passed it. Let me check. Yeah, $5,075. And to pay the attorney to actually file the paperwork. And because you got to pay $400 just for the privilege of saying that's not right. They shouldn't be able to do that. Isn't that great? So the basic premise is that first of all, they're violating the rules. You are not allowed to apply for a trademark of your product. Okay, because that's what we call patent. For the dice boxes, the little dice boxes I made. And well, I mean, for people who don't know the backstory, this is a dice box. I actually used to make these in wood shop like 25 years ago, like in mid 90s. I used to make something very similar to this, same exact hexagonal tessellation on the inside. Then a company started a Kickstarter and came out with a very beautiful, actually, wooden, dice box, exactly like this. Not quite. This has a nice lip to make it easy to put together. Theirs are two flat surfaces with magnets, but same thing. It's basically the same product. It's a 7 tessellation of hexagons inside of a hexagon box. And I off and on I made these every now and then, but then 3D printing became available, and I had someone made this box, and I modified it with logos. So here's the NASA logo, and well, the problem is the company Elderwood is trying to own the concept of a 7 hexagon tessellation inside of a hexagon. They don't want anybody else to be able to make that shape. And the problem is it's a copy of my design and many other people's designs. I didn't invent this. This is not my invention. People were making boxes like this before I was born. Okay, this long predates me. But I never complained about Elderwood copying my design because it's a 7 hexagon tessellation. Nobody can own that. It's a basic shape. It's literally an industry standard. We call this HCP, hexagonal compressed packing, or something like that, or hexagonal compact packing. It is the most efficient way. It's called a tessellation. In mathematics and science, it's called a tessellation. It's the most efficient way to arrange those shapes. If you rotate these shapes in any other configuration, this box becomes bigger. Okay? No matter what you do, any other configuration of these 7 hexagons results in a bigger box. And, well, see, that's just it. They never tried to patent it because they can't. There's too much prior art. You can't get a patent. So they tried to copyright it. Now, you can't copyright basic shapes. So you can't copyright the square or the rectangle or the circle or the hexagon or the polygon or the isocahedron. You can't copyright those things. They're basic shapes. Okay, they're basic parts of nature. You can find this exact configuration all over nature. Look at a beehive. Look at crystal formations. Look at rock formations. You can see this 7 hexagon tessellation all over nature. My idea for a circle. So this is where I can tell you that Elderwood was malicious. Okay, meaning they're doing bad and they know they're doing bad and they're doing it on purpose. Okay, there's a difference between you think you're right and so you make a good faith effort to support what you think is right. That I can understand. Elderwood is not making a good faith effort. They know what they're doing is wrong because they understood that they can't have a copyright for a 7 hexagon tessellation because that's a natural functional thing. There's nothing copyrightable there. You cannot copyright function. All right, you can't own function unless you have a patent, and it has to be novel. So they tried to worm their way around the copyright rules by declaring it a sculptural copyright. Their words. They actually issued a DMCA takedown on my Thingiverse a year ago, and I of course rejected it and said, "Go fuck yourself. You can't own nature." And they they supplied supporting documentation to Thingiverse to prove their case that they had a copyright on this with a USPTO docket number. Now, I couldn't find that docket number on the USPTO site. I found out later it's because I was using the site wrong, but it is hard to find. And the reason it's hard to find is because it was a rejection letter. It was literally a rejection letter from the USPTO that said you can't own basic shapes. So the USPTO was going, bad, Elderwood. Didn't you read the rules? You can't own the hexagon. I don't know. That'd be pretty cool. Put my foot right up their ass and say, sculptural copyright, buggers. But anyway, so I disputed it. And now because of the way the DMCA works, it's, first of all, it sounds very scary. You know, the rules say that if you counter notice for DMCA fraudulently, you could pay fines or go to jail. And so a lot of people get scared and they don't want to dispute a DMCA because they're afraid of repercussions. And I understand that legal repercussions can be devastating, can ruin your life. But I know you can't copyright a basic shape, and their proof was a rejection letter from the USPTO saying go pound sand. And actually there's some guy selling my box, my model. He actually took my model off Thingiverse and he's selling it on Etsy, which I'm okay with. You know, I hold no copyright to this, and I allow commercial usage for it. If you want to go sell it, go for it. I'm going to sell it. If we win this thing with them, I'm going to start selling these. I wasn't, but now I am, because now I'm pissed. So Atabootaby. I like that. Atabootaby. That's good. That's awesome. I'm gonna save that. So I filed a counter notice explaining that you can't own basic shapes. No, Elderwood, you're not allowed to own the hexagon, no matter how badly you want to. And I pointed out that the document that they provided for proof is actually a rejection letter from the USPTO for exactly the reasons I stated. You can't own basic shapes. So Thingiverse, after 11, but basically when you counter file with the DMCA, the other party has 10 or 11 days. They have to either let it go, or they have to file court paperwork and provide that court paperwork to the safe harbor people, in this case, Thingiverse. They, of course, did not file the paperwork since they had no case, and so Thingiverse released my files. A year later, a couple months ago, my files got taken down again, but not for a DMCA takedown. This time it got taken down for trade dress violation. Well, they're claiming the configuration of 7 hexagon tessellation is what they own. Yes, Thingiverse is fixed. I don't know why a display image doesn't show up. I got to upload a picture, but this is a crappy print, so I didn't want to upload this one. So I got to make a nicer print and upload a picture. Oh, that's exactly what they did. That's how I know what they're doing is malicious, because they know what that document says. But they provided that docket number to Thingiverse, planning on correctly, mind you, correctly, they were right, that Thingiverse would never actually look at the documents, that they would just accept what they said and take down the files. And most people capitulate. Even other companies capitulate. Wormwood was making a dice box like this, and Elderwood threatened them, and Wormwood capitulated and changed their design to be non-infringing. I don't want to change the shape. I want my dice box to be this. So if I make any change to this box in order to be non-infringing, I am capitulating. I am saying, yes, Elderwood, you are right. You own the hexagon, and I refuse to do that. And what is 7-edge called? Septagon? I think it's a septagon. But so now here's the problem. When you filed a normal copyright trademark violation, I can't dispute that. There's nothing I can do to dispute that. The only way I can dispute that is to file an opposition, and that costs $400 plus a lawyer. Look for me. So do a search for user Nerys, and then click on my things, and you'll find it. Exactly. It's a heptagon. Isn't no, octagon is 8. Isn't heptagon 9? Heptagon is 7? I don't remember all the Roman names for all this. And well, I have a real pet peeve when bullies abuse the legal system. And that's exactly what they're doing. If you want to see a 3D printing version of this, E3D. E3D came out with a new hot end called the Hermes. Do you have any idea why it's called Hermera now? Do you know why they changed the name from Hermes to Hermera? Hermes is a fucking Greek god. You can't own that. But do you know why they changed it? Because a bag and luggage company sent them a trademark violation notice, a cease and desist, and said that they own the Hermes trademark, which they can't, by the way. It's illegal. Not even if they could own the Hermes trademark, it would only apply if E3D was making handbags and luggage. You see, trademarks are specific to your industry. So, Anycubic can own the name Anycubic as a trademark, but it would only apply to 3D printing stuff. If I wanted to make a company called Anycubic Food Processing, I can do that, and I would not be violating Anycubic's trademark on their Anycubic mark. It wasn't the postage company that did it. Well, see, no, you can name your thing Hermes, but you can't own it. Now, that trademark is completely invalid. There is no violation. E3D is perfectly welcome to go ahead and name their product Hermes. So why did they change it to Hermera? Easy. It's expensive. Yes, they're right. Yes, they can call it Hermes, and they are not violating anything. But if that other company files court paperwork, you lose by default unless you defend yourself. Meaning, if they go to court and say they're violating our trademark and the court accepts their documents, you have two choices. You either lose by default if you ignore them, even though you're right, because if you don't show up, the court is going to side with the other party. Okay? So you have to show up. Now you have to hire a lawyer. Now you have to travel, and it gets very, very expensive very quickly. So it was actually easier and cheaper for E3D to simply rebrand and change all their packaging to say Hermera than it was to fight this fraudulent claim for Hermes, even though E3D was right and they did nothing wrong. It's because the legal system is so screwed up. Nice. I hate shipping companies like that. It's like, come on, grow up. Mm-hmm. That could be a real nightmare. A whole container getting held up? Yeah, that would suck. Yeah, they could have done all kinds of nasty things if they wanted to push it hard enough. Well, Elderwood is doing something similar. They're just telling people, we're going to sue you. And then in order to avoid the hassle of dealing with the legal process, people capitulate. I'm normally the kind of guy who will just say, fuck you and do what I want because I know I'm right. And usually the other party is just not willing to pursue it and they let it go because usually it's just a bluff. Well, Elderwood is stupid enough to actually push further. I mean, the guy who runs Elderwood is brain dead. There's something wrong in his skull where he doesn't understand that he can't own the hexagon. That's a little different. Apple Computers was wrong in that regard because they agreed not to go into music and they did it anyway because now they're big enough to be the bully. The Apple was wrong in that regard. No snot rags. I'm gonna blow a snot rag and mail it to Elderwood. Now, here's what's so bad about their trademark application. That is a mark. This is a mark. This is a mark. Okay? I'm surprised Anycubic did not put their mark anywhere on this. Anycubic has a little logo. Part of it is this particular thing here, although that would not qualify for trademark. I don't see it. You know, the Anycubic, the little blue square with the white outline, the Anycubic logo. Let's see. LG has a logo. Okay. That right there. That's a mark or logo. That is something distinguished and non-functional. It's just a mark or logo that identifies you. So my trademark, so to speak, would be the 3D printer printing a rocket and a little kitty cat. Okay, that would be my trademark. I'm actually doing that, kind of. Another thing I'm starting with, actually one of the Marlin guys is helping me with it. Very cool of him to help me with it because it's just not something I have the skill to do right now. I have a what is that on your tongue? Huh? There's nothing on my tongue. I have a domain name called ekissmyass.com. It was just it hit me one night. I was like, is that available? And I went online, checked it was available. I bought it. I have ekissmyass.com. So I'm going to have a website where you can anonymously and electronically pay me to send a postcard to anybody you want, an electronic kiss my ass. You know, it's got to be relatively PG-13. You know, I'm not gonna accept a card that's a threat or something like that. But you know, it might be, you know, you Joe Blow, go kiss my ass. You know, stuff like that, and then I'll mail out that card for a fee. You know, I'll charge you $5. I'll print out a postcard and I'll mail it out to whoever you want, wherever you want. And so I'm going to actually start a little business doing that. I just think that would be cool. But so what they did then is they tried to file for a trademark application because a trademark application lasts forever for as long as you maintain it. And that's also one of the reasons why the trademark, the trade dress, cannot be your product because you can't bypass the patent process using trademark. Your tongue is longer. That's pretty short. That's as far as it goes. I can't touch my tongue, my nose, or anything. Exactly, a kiss my ass gram. So kiss my ass, electronically kiss my ass. And so their trade dress application isn't the Elderwood logo. The Elderwood logo is an ethereal bird. Okay, that's the Elderwood logo. They intentionally submitted a trade dress application that is a line drawing of this. Literally a blueprint for their product. They even went so far as to strip their logo off the trade dress application because the post office won't have a problem with the postcards. That's fine. Yeah, there'll be no post office problem. Remember, I'm not mailing any objects. It's just a printed card. It's a postcard, literally. Oh, that'd be funny as hell. You'll squeak your tongue. That would freak me the hell out if I saw somebody do that. Venom. Yeah, that would be Venom. Venom when it's just... That movie was so good. God, I love that movie. I really hope they make a part 2. And I'm thinking about doing an inverse of eKiss My Ass too. If eKiss My Ass works out well, I'll flip it and do an inverse site where send somebody a nice card. But so they submitted a trade dress application of that. Literally, Their trade dress application is a black and white line drawing of that. That's illegal. Well, not illegal. It's against the rules. Your trademark cannot be functional, okay? And your trademark cannot be a drawing of your product, because you'd be trying to bypass the patent system and use trademark to patent a product. Oh, I bet. But am I hot? No, I'm nice and cool in here. It's actually a nice 69 degrees in here. Can you trademark a gobbler? What do you mean a gobbler? Like a turkey? And now the other thing is the trademark has to be distinctive. Okay, it can't just be a square or a squiggle. It has to be something distinctive, just like the NASA logo is distinctive. Okay, the Anycubic LG logos, they're distinctive. You can also get what's called acquired distinctiveness. If you use a logo in business and it becomes associated with you, my logo would probably have acquired distinctiveness. People would probably recognize me with the 3D printed rocket and a cat. Okay, they would probably make that association. Oh, that must be Neresa's site. Okay, that would be acquired distinctiveness. Now, not only do they not have distinctiveness, not only do they not have acquired distinctiveness, but it doesn't matter. Distinctiveness is not a defense for functional trademark. You can't do that. They're literally trying to abuse the trademark system to create a permanent patent. And oh, really? I might have to download that movie. Oh, Wawa sandwich gobbler. They might be able to declare acquired distinctiveness for calling their sandwich the gobbler. They might actually be able to do that because Wawa is popular enough. And if you anywhere on the East Coast where there's a Wawa, you say, "Would you like a gobbler?" And people are going to instantly know, "Oh, a Wawa." And but that would be limited to the convenience food industry. So if I made a rocket called the Gobbler, I would not be violating the trademark. Trust me, if I took my shirt off, my YouTube channel would be canceled and the government would be knocking at my door for WMD violations. It's like, give me a break. The Space Force logo predates Star Trek. It predates Star Trek's use of that logo. Okay. The Space Force was using, if you look at the original logo from the Air Force, it was a regular, what do you call that? Crest. It was a crest with the same style and the stars and the chevron, the stuff. They were using that in 1982, and Star Trek didn't use a similar logo until the 90s for Starfleet. So they literally copied the Air Force. The current Space Force logo is literally an iteration of the original Air Force logo. You can see direct iteration between the two of them, while the Star Trek logo was a copy of the Air Force logo. Which is fine. There's nothing wrong with the Star Trek copying that. It makes sense. Starfleet is Earth-based, so of course, the Starfleet logos are going to be an iteration of historical Earth logos. It makes sense. But to say that, well, what it is, it's because it's Trump. But we're not going to go there. No, it's just yeah. But yeah, the Air Force logo, NASA logo predated the Star Trek logo. People say, well, Star Trek was in the 60s. Yes, it was. But they didn't have a Starfleet flag in the original Star Trek. That didn't come out until TNG DS9. A space cadet. Hey, maybe Elon Musk can get those Air Force people into space. Although they have a ship, the X-47, which has actually been doing a lot of flying. I think it's pretty cool. Yeah, Elderwood they're pretty nasty, and they even threatened me directly. Like I almost backed out of this whole thing because all I have is this. I make $800 a month, $1,000 a month tops. All right, I have to take care of my sister, and they threatened to sue me directly, which is unethical. I believe they broke some. I believe their lawyer broke some rules of ethics when he did that. But the Lawful Masses lawyer told me that's bullshit. He cannot sue me directly for executing the opposition process. See, the opposition has to be done in my name. Purple? It's red and white. And they can't sue me directly for executing the opposition process. So that was just a threat on their part. That's their modus operandi. They just threaten people. And I wonder, you know, see, the problem is this industry is tiny. Even Wormwood, one of the biggest names in this industry, is tiny. They're just tiny little companies. They don't make a whole lot of money, and so they don't want a lot of hot air going around. They don't want to engage in legal processes because it's just too expensive. The profit margins are too small. And what pisses me off is the USPTO. That's what pisses me off, because the USPTO should know better. The guy at the USPTO office should have looked at this and gone, bad Elderwood. Read the rules. You can't do that. They should know better. And they accepted their application, and that's bullshit. Especially in a system where average Joe citizen like me can't afford to defend myself. It took Lawful Masses, Leonard French, noticing this issue, and his amazing viewers supplying $5,000 to a GoFundMe. I won't get any of that. That all goes to the lawyers and the process, and any money left over is getting donated to whatever charity they choose, you know, like the EFF or something like that. So I get none of that. And they offered a settlement. I actually, I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about that, so I'm not gonna talk. It was bullshit, their offer. You know, it's basically like $80 and go away. We own everything. That's legitimate. They straight up copied her stuff. I mean, you look at the at least what I've seen so far. It's clear they just straight up plagiarized her shit. The question is, does the law allow them to do that? You know what I mean? So, you know, if you decided to make another box using this design, could I say you plagiarized me? No, because I don't own any rights to this. And that's why I never sent a cease and desist to Elderwood. I was just like, oh yeah, cool boxes. I actually wanted one of their boxes. The courts sided with the studio? Wow, that's kind of sucky. See, that's part of the problem. Courts tend to side with the bigger guys. They tend to side with the big corporations, and that's kind of shitty sometimes. Yeah, money. It's all about money. So we'll see what happens. We're going to file the opposition this week. Now, in case Elderwood, hey asshole, the guy in charge of Elderwood, yeah, you fuckhole, you dick up your ass guy. I never intended to sell these, ever. This was just something cool to do. I like it. It's fun. I get to make little custom logos on the box. It was just something nice to do. But if we win this, now I'm selling them. Okay, and I'm going to try seriously to sell them, and I'm going to find out if parity will protect me and make a fuck Elderwood box. Okay, just because you did this. All you had to do was let it go. All you had to do was accept that you can't own a 7-hexagon tessellation. That is a function. Literally, it is the definition. It's not even something that can be functional. It's the definition of function. You can't own that. Okay? You can't own it. So, yeah. Elderwood? It's still dirty. There we go. You can't own the hexagon. All you had to do was let it go. Just drop your ego, shut the fuck up, and make nice boxes. I probably would have even bought one because they're gorgeous. Now, I wouldn't own one if you gave it to me. Okay, if you gave it to me, I'd take it and I'd burn it live on stream. You can't own the hexagon. You have no right to it. Anybody is allowed to make a hexagonal box. Just let it go. Because now that you've pissed me off, now I'm gonna sell them. And I'm gonna try to go big. I'm gonna make hundreds of them and I'm gonna try to sell them. Okay? So fuck you. And the only reason I'm gonna sell them is because you pressed the issue. I wish Wormwood would go after you because I think you're violating Wormwood's trade dress. You know, Wormwood, Elder Wood. I don't think that's a coincidence. I think you're leeching off of their good name and their public exposure to unlawfully garner attention to you with confusion of similarity between Elderwood and Wormwood. So, yeah, I think you're violating their trade dress. So, yeah, screw that crap. I hate that. I hate bullies. I mean, I was bullied as a kid because I was a pacifist. You know, not a pacifist. Okay. I punch you in the face. Assuming you're not a pussy-ass wimp, and assuming I don't knock you clean out or break your nose in the process, if I just smack you in the face, what is your automatic response? What is your automatic instinctual response? Smack me back. Okay? What's my automatic response? Smack you back harder. Okay? You see, it's a no-win scenario. Once you initiate violence, unless you have overwhelming violence, nuclear warheads, unless you have overwhelming violence, the automatic response is more violence. Violence begets violence. It's a logical way of thinking of it. But oh yeah, the zombie apocalypse. I definitely visit the Elderwood offices. We'll see how good they taste. But so as a kid, my solution to people being violent toward me was to do nothing. Figure, okay, it's illogical for me to be violent back because they're just going to be violent back. So if I break the chain, the violence will stop. I was wrong, but not for the reason you think. You see, violence begets violence. Break the chain and you stop the violence only works with equal players who have reason and logic. Okay? That's the only time that works. If you have unequal players with logic and reason, it fails. If I have a gun and you have a baseball bat, I have no reason to break the chain of violence. Gun beats bat. Okay? So there's no reason for me not to continue my violence because I have the gun. Okay? So unequal parties. Now, with children, it's different. It's not a matter of unequal parties. I was actually the superior force. All right, I'm a big guy. Even as a kid, I was a big guy. I could squish pretty much anybody. And just by pure mass. You know, I wasn't fat when I was a kid, but I was big. You know, I was built. I was 185 pounds in high school, and, you know, I was built like a brick shithouse. And, but the problem is, children aren't logical. Logic doesn't work against an illogical opponent. And it took me, you know, 10 years to learn that. And I finally realized that the only solution to bullying is you have to beat the shit out of the other guy. That's the only solution. You have to. The only way to stop violence is with violence. Okay? You have to initiate, you have to retaliate with violence in order to stop violence. Okay? People say, well, that's not how a civilized society works. Oh, really? What would you do if I decided to bash your head in? I'd call the police. And what the fuck do you think that is? You think the police are going to show up with roses and pink tutus and say, please, Mr. Taylor, stop beating him up. It's not logical. We're a civilized society. No! The police come with batons, badges, uniforms, and guns. All you're doing is third-party processing your violence. I mean, calling the police is a violent response. It's just you're outsourcing your violence. Okay? The only way to stop violence is with violence. Oh, my face shield fell off. There's not even any sometimes about it. You either have to have superior display of force, which is violence. Okay? Remember, violence is not hitting somebody. That's battery. Okay? Violence is the threat or execution of force. Okay? So if I say, I'm going to call the police, that's a violent response. I am threatening you with force. I won't be executing the force. I'll be outsourcing the force to the police officer, but I'm still threatening you with force. That's violence. Okay? That's how Gandhi worked. He was one of the most violent protesters there was in history. People say, well, he was peaceful. He was nonviolent. The fuck he was. Do you know why the Indian government capitulated? Because of the threat of force that Gandhi empowered. That's violence. It's not battery. Nobody actually did anything. But the Indian government recognized the amount of force he could wield, and they capitulated to that superior force. That's violence. Okay? Violence isn't hitting somebody. Violence is hitting somebody or threatening to hit somebody. If I go, that's violence. I am threatening to harm you. That's violence. You don't have to actually do it for it to be violence. Shipping containers are fine. I haven't done nothing with them yet. I got the I actually do have a cordless grinder, and I have cutoff wheels. Gandhi did not win with non-violence. He won with violence. He won based on the force that his followers could wield if they wanted. His opposition capitulated to that superior threatened force. Okay? Even though the force was never executed, no one did anything. They represented a tangible threat. That is violence. Gandhi was not non-violence. He was non-physical. He never executed that force. But that force was there. That's violence. MLK was non-violent. He did not have a sufficient threat of force to present an actual danger to anybody. So there was no threat of force present. Gandhi had an actual threat of force. His significant follower base represented a significant threat of force. That's violence. All right, now, what is this? I think this is to hold this. Where's the manual? Here it is. Exactly. That is a threat of force. That is violence. 40-watt output. That's not bad. Interesting. They have two different frequencies of LEDs. They have 405 nanometer, 8 of them, and 365 nanometer, 8 of them. So there must be a range that resins fit within, and this covers that range. Oh, I see. There's little tabs up here. I don't know how that works yet, but there's little tabs to hold things up here. I'm betting this. Yeah, that fits in there. Oh, okay. This is a sensor to make sure the cover is installed. That little thing on the back that I wondered what it was. Yeah, I love this. He's a good boy. So that's a sensor so that it won't turn on the LEDs if you don't have that cover installed. That's pretty cool.
Well, that's interesting. Well, isn't that cool? Okay. Ah, now I get it. Okay, check this out. This is cool. So for the wash part, this goes in here and you fill up with your fluid, okay? This basket attaches to here. So that keeps the basket from touching the stirrer at the bottom. So your basket hooks onto these little clips right here. Now you can also put the entire bed in here. So the actual build platform for the printer itself can attach to here. So you can attach it to here like that and then raise and lower it to put it into the bed. So you don't have to fill this all the way up to clean something that's shorter. You can fill it up to here to clean something that's small and just hang your build platform right from this bracket here and then adjust how high you want it to be. And then I guess for maximum height, if you're printing big stuff, you have this one, but it's too big. It's supposed to go into here, but it can't. Oh, yes, it can. There it goes. There you go. Let's see which scammer it is today. Hello?
Hello, this is your helpline calling with an important message for you. Please hold while we transfer you to a Keystone First Care connector.
Scammers. Yeah, that I do see that being an issue. I do print parts small enough to be an issue here. But then again, that's where this comes in handy. If you have a lot of little parts, just don't take them off the platform. Attach the platform to here and drop the whole platform into the bag. And that solves that problem. You'd only have to put like a little bit of fluid in here and you'd be fine. No, it was a scam phone call. It was one of those bullshit scammers on the phone. Nothing political. So that's pretty cool. If you have maximum build height, you're printing a big Eiffel Tower, you just use this and you just attach your build platform right to that. Otherwise, you can just use this to bring the build platform in, and then you don't even need this. But yeah, a finer mesh would be a good idea. You have to be careful. If you go too fine, the liquid might not stir. So that's nice that they have multiple different options for mounting things. That's actually well thought out. I'll just be using this since my parts are big enough. And that means I only have to put that much fluid in there. So that's pretty cool. And then, of course, once you put your fluid in there, you put your cover on there, protects you from the UV light. Hey, Edge of Tech. They actually did think of a lot of things. The only change I've made is that I bored out a DVD so that I could slap a DVD underneath the curing platform so that it'll reflect the UV light off the bottom and cure the bottom of the models. So that's the only change I can see so far. Otherwise, they did a pretty nice job thinking about this. So kind of your setup would be something like this. You'd have your 3D printer right next to your curing station, like this. Can you guys see that? Yeah. So here'd be your printer, here'd be your curing station. And it uses the same UL listed power brick as their the Mega Zero. Same 12 volt 6 amp UL listed power brick as the Mega Zero, which is pretty cool. Okay, that's all set up. You
Get some paper set down for some dirtiness. Now, something I would like to see Anycubic, which I think would be pretty cool. I'm going to 3D print one because I think it would work well. Some way, maybe over here. I don't know. It'd be nice to have mounting patches so that I can mount this onto the side of this. Or, you know, these parts have little clips up here so they can store. There's some way of storing them. I don't know. I don't know how I would do that, but some way of storing these would be nice. I don't care, Joe. No modern politics. If you want to talk about constitutional days and history, that's fine, but no modern politics. That's just a bad way to go. Oh, I want to say, there's that. Welcome to Timothy for joining my Patreon. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. Get that. Get rid of that, and that. Goodbye. There we go. Oh, I found out my taxes might not be as bad as I thought. It looks like I can actually take my gross income, subtract my expenses, so all the printers, filament, all that stuff that I buy, I can subtract that, and then the net income that's left is what I have to pay the taxes on. Apparently, I can do that, so that's going to greatly reduce how much taxes I have to pay. I think $269, I think. I want to say right around the 250-ish mark. 200, 250. It's beta, so it hasn't been released yet. So I would like to see them get this down to $200. I think $200 would be a fair price for this. I think 300 is a little steep. So the closer they can get to 200, the better. But not bad considering how much you get with it. Now, I got to pause for one moment. I got to run out to the car and get some alcohol. Might as well clean the snow off the steps when I go out. Got a new broom for cleaning the snow off the steps. No, another stupid freaking update notice came up on the phone. That's cool. No, another firmware update came up on the phone. It always does it twice. Oh, check this out. I got my new table. Whoa, almost went off the table. Check that out. So now I have my freezer and my fridge underneath the table, along with my water bottles, and then the water cooler over there, and my printers on top. So that clears up. That clears up all that space over here. So now I have all this extra space here that's not so cluttered. So I gotta put that air conditioner out in storage. Now that I have a mini split, I don't need that anymore. I'll probably use that for the cargo container actually. Because we live at 7,000 feet, higher elevation. So we're not actually desert, we're arid mountain. Beautiful. First of all, I could wear shorts almost the entire winter. Only a few days have been cold enough where I needed pants. And the snow, we've gotten a lot more snow. But it's very little snow that goes away quickly. And it's fluffy, crunchy, airy snow. So it's not hard to shovel. I can just sweep it right out of the way. It's so light and fluffy. Only stock Android. For example, on my LG V40, I can't stop updates, but I can cancel them and tell them to ignore it. Okay. On the Motorola, you can't. They want to shove it down your throat. Okay. So this switches modes between wash and cure. This defines how long, 2 minutes, 4 minutes, or 6 minutes. And then you have start and stop on the screen here. Let me give you guys a close-up of this. So here's your control panel. So you can switch between wash and cure. Okay, start, stop, and then how long you want it to run. So 6 minutes wash cycle, which is going to activate the magnetic stirrer in there. Let me give you guys a close-up of that. Okay, so your basket hangs off the back here. And then inside here, there's a magnetic stirrer. And when you put it near the magnets, you can see it gets attracted to the magnets. See? There's magnets on there. So here's the 2 magnets on the bottom. That's really cool. And then you also have a drive on the bottom there, which will engage your spinning disc because you have a line of LEDs on the back here. And so it rotates your models as the LEDs cure it. I added the CD, the DVD, to reflect from the bottom. And then these are different attachments so that you can actually attach the entire build plate to this. Let me show you that too. So let's put this aside. Okay. I do not like the magnetic opening for the photon. It's a pain in the ass to get open. I'm going to have to print a handle so I can pull forward. Because basically you have to pull forward to detach from the magnets inside here. Also, resin gets all over the place and it gets sticky. Don't forget, use your PPE when dealing with liquid resin. It is potentially toxic. And at the minimum, it's sensitizing. So like epoxy is sensitizing. If you manhandle epoxy too much, eventually you could develop a sensitivity to epoxy and you won't be able to get near it without breaking out. Same thing with this, okay? So you don't want to be touching the resin with your bare hands. Now, there's 2 ways we can do this, which is pretty cool. This is designed so that you can actually pop this on this like this. Just like that. So your build plate actually attaches. This has been draining for a long time, so I know it's not going to drip. It attaches like that, and you can hang this from here. And now I can loosen and lower this into the vat. Like that. Lift it up a little bit. There we go. So now it's hanging down in the vat like this. Did you do anything here? No. And now I simply fill it with alcohol. I hope this is enough. Yeah, it's 1,000. It's close. Probably going to have to use the basket. One thing I'd like to see, Anycubic, is I'd like to see this be a little tighter. I thought I had another bottle. I had another bottle of alcohol. What did I do with it? I can take the glove off since I'm not touching any printed parts yet. Never touched any printed parts. I actually didn't need the gloves for any of the steps. There it is. One thing I would like to see, Anycubic, is I want to see this basket smaller. Unless you have plans to come out with a larger printer. Even if you do, I'd like to see this bin be more conformal to the shape of the what? Yeah, I got text on the screen. I can't see it. No, you're good. Yeah, you're good. It's right. It's right here. This is the printer. Oh, view of the kitties. I bet you that's what you want to see. There you go. Now you got kitty view. All right, kitties. He's so nice and stripy. He's a beautiful cat. He has a very smooth Egyptian cotton kind of feel, while he has a super fluffy fur kind of feel. He's smooth and sleek, while he is super soft. Yeah, can't block the kitties. So what I would like to see is this container be more conformal to the shape of this build plate, so it fit more tightly in here, so that you don't need as much fluid. I mean, I've got 1,250 milliliters of fluid, and it's only barely enough to cover the models. So, oh, looks like it checks for the cover even when you're not using it. Yep. So the cover has to be on. Oh, wow. It really swirls it around good. Holy crap. Okay, that's good. Wow. It's actually creating a whirlpool and a sink in the middle. So that middle one is not getting as much fluid. I'm going to run this again in the basket just so you guys can see that operate too. But holy crap, that works good. Now, ideally, you want a little more fluid in here to cover up the entire build plate. That's impressive. I wasn't expecting it to be that agitated. I'm actually becoming very impressed with this. Hi, baby. How you doing? Yeah. Yeah. You're such a good kitty cat. You like that little chin rub? You like that little chin rub? Nope, stay away from that. No, stay back. The other nice thing is that all these being enclosed keeps critters away, so the cats can climb all over this and it won't be an issue. Used IPA can be flushed down the sink, but I would put it out in the sun first to cure any residual resin that is in the IPA. Once the resin is cured, it is safe. In theory, if you sun cure the resin in the IPA, you can filter it and reuse it. Yeah, with that much agitation, simple green might work. So, this stuff right here. Boy, that thing really is going. Now, the question is that a sealed ball bearing? Is the alcohol going to slowly dissolve? Is the alcohol going to slowly dissolve the grease in the bearing, and that bearing going to eventually fail? Is the resin going to get inside that bearing and gum it up? So that's a good question. Did they use a sealed bearing or not? Oh, is it going to change directions? Yes, it changes directions. Well, I don't know if it's sealed. Actually, it might be. That does look like a sealed bearing. I'm guessing this is a spare bearing. And that sure does look like a sealed bearing to me. How well it's sealed, I don't know, but that does look like a sealed bearing. So good on them for thinking of that. It's a bearing so that it spins freely, and it's magnetic to actually make it spin. So the magnetic stir sits on top of a bearing, of course. What choice do you have? The bearing has to be in the cleaning solution. Otherwise, you'd have to penetrate the outside casing of the basket. The whole point of using a magnetic stir is to not penetrate the outer shell of the bucket. Yeah, they include a spare bearing. Because that bearing has to be free spinning, because there's no physical attachment between the stir and the motor. It's using magnets. So that's not sealed, that's just shielded. Okay, you're not understanding. You have a bucket with a stirrer inside. And this has a bearing. And then you have a gap, and you have the that's what you got in there. Okay. So the magnetic stir, the aluminum stirring disc inside there, has a bearing, so it spins freely. If it didn't have a bearing, it might be too rough to spin with just magnets pushing it. And so there's an air gap, and then the motor on the bottom has two magnets on it. So it's not sealed. Okay. They're going to want to use sealed bearings, I think. Well, they're using something different. They're using an impeller-like device in there. I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the little capsule that's actually a magnet. Was that 6 minutes? I guess it was. And then this whole thing just comes out. Yeah, the bearing's the weak point. Well, I'm worried about the alcohol dissolving any grease that's in the bearing, and then moisture over time corroding the bearing, and then it won't spin as freely, or the resin getting into the bearing and gumming it up. Yeah, I know, no, that's in here. That came off in there. Okay, so here we are there. Now we're going to use the basket, because why not? We have it. Two of them, actually. Oh, and one in there, too. Okay. I didn't even see that. These should be safe to touch since they've been cleaned, but I won't risk it anyway. Actually, I got to dry that first. I don't want alcohol getting into my vat. That's all covered in alcohol now. And this is a pain in the butt to open. All right, that gets that out of the way. So now we can put this in here. Oh, much better. For these small parts, that's better. There is no knob. There's no knob on here. Oh, it's even stirring the parts around. I mean, that thing really goes. Yeah, the silicon nitride ceramic bearings. You're right, because they run. I believe they run dry. This is the Photon S. It needs a little handle here to pull that open. You know, it's got a lip, but there's no grip on the lip. It's just smooth. Yeah, I know. There's a loose part in there. I already got the part out of here. I took it out of there already. I used a glove when I pulled the vat out of here. But now I don't need a glove. There's no more resin for me to touch. A good point. I consider the Photon to be equal to the Mars and equal to the Creality. They're all the same. One thing I like about the Mars, or not the Mars, the Photon, is I like the square attachment for the thing, because I can take this off and turn it sideways and let my parts drain, which is really nice. I like that a lot. I mean, you can't do that with tall parts because it would hit the side, of course. But I tend to do a lot of short little parts. And for short little parts, that works great. And then when I'm ready to print again, I take my parts off, and then I can just stick it back in there. But then again, the Photon S is a lot more expensive. I like the Creality printer because it's fast. It's got much better layer burn times, although I don't know if that degrades the LCD screen faster. Yeah, this doesn't have a knob, and there's no hole for a knob either. It needs one. Definitely needs a knob. Yeah, this is great how well that spins. That's amazing. Now this I would like to see bent a little differently. Right now that's 90 degrees. I'd like to see this bent outward a little bit because the mass of the build plate tends to pull it down. And so I'd like to see that bent out a little bit so that when the mass of the plate pulls it down, it ends up straight. Not a big deal. I could probably even do that myself. It does not look like it's welded, so I believe I can, in fact, do that myself. So I'll look into that. Pretty sturdy metal, though. It's a pretty good build. Yeah, I don't got a vise. I'll have to get one. I had one at home, but it was the kind of thing that wasn't worth packing. It's a $20 vise. It wasn't worth packing into the bus. Not yet. I haven't had any problems. Well, you clean an IPA and then it actively cures. So you take away the basket and you put on the plate here, and that plate connects to a motor. There's a line of LEDs in the back, and then it rotates as the LEDs cure the print. So it gets it from all sides. I added a DVD to the bottom here. I only had to core out the center of a DVD a tiny bit, and it fit right on there. Just drilled it out a little bit. And that gives me a reflective bottom so that the light will reflect off the bottom and hit the bottom of the model. But otherwise, yeah, that's it. I'm going to print one. I'm even going to 3D print the nut. Just because I can. Cleaning the vat? Yes, same thing. IPA will dissolve any residual resin in there. I'm working on one as well. I'm actually going to use a grow tent, you know, one of these things here, because they're reflective on the inside. And I have a little, I have a really powerful UV light. It's a emitter like that. And it's real powerful, like 60 watts. So it'll really cure it nicely. And then I have a little USB turntable to rotate the part. And it's already got a mirror on it. So yeah, I was building my own too. But this is nice. All right, this does wash and cure all in one nice, neat little package that sits right next to your printer. This is pretty sweet. No. Actually, I'm pretty sure it uses 2 separate motors. Or maybe not. I don't know. I'll have to check and see if that motor spins. I've heard some of them you have to jump start them to get them to spin. Nice. This is 40 watts. Here we go. So wash phase is done. Now, something I would like to see, Anycubic, if you're listening out there, I would like to see like a little telescopic arm that could extend up that I can hang this on. So hang it on the little telescopic arm and lift it up this high. So you want it exactly that high, so it's completely out of the vat, so I can leave my parts to sit here and drain. That'd be a nice little touch. And it might be something you could pretty easily add. Yeah, replacing the screens is shockingly easy. I had to replace the screen on my Creality. There. So these are now done, and they are safe because they're all washed. See, I got no place to put the stuff. I'm going to have to make a little rack to hang all these parts on. Like these can go in the basket. So these parts can sit in the basket. And then maybe a little clamp to hold this so I can hang all these parts. Then this just pops off. You can see there's an aluminum spinner in there. And it's got 2 magnets on the bottom. And the bearing just makes it easy to spin. This way there's no compromising the shell. And this part here just attaches like this. And you simply arrange your parts on the bed Oh, that one had a layer shift. Like that. You actually should remove the supports before curing because it gets more brittle once you remove the supports or once you cure it. Okay. Cover back in place. Switch to cure mode and start. There you go. LEDs turn on. And it's got a fan blowing in there. That's pretty cool. I would like to see them sell these extra because it would also be nice to have a secondary wash. So this also is sealed. So there's a gasket on here. So this is not going to spill or do anything it's not supposed to do. But I would like to see a included if you can, but if not, sell it. But a second one of these, so I can put a second batch of IPA in here. And this way, after I'm done doing my stir rinse, I can do a little bit of a... See how I got those set up in there? So I can have a second vat and just dunk it in to do a final rinse before I cure. That'd be nice. So any residual resin will come off in the final rinse. Most of them do a dual rinse. Think of like a triple sink rinse. And maybe even a third one with water to clean all the alcohol off. Because if you have too much alcohol left on the print, it could result in white chalky substance appearing on your prints. But at minimum, I'd like to see 2 of these included. The second one doesn't need the spinner. Wow, I think they're already cured. I don't think you need a full 6 minutes, but I'm going to run 6 minutes anyway. You have 2, 4, and 6 minute options for your cycle times. I really like the wash cycle. That's cool. Yeah, this is actually a mix of translucent and black. You got the one kitty right here. The Tupperware container's blocking him. He's a good boy. He's so soft. Yeah, pretty much. A little tiny washing machine. Yep. Well, I have something similar I do. The brush actually works well. Creality actually includes a little paintbrush, and it actually works pretty well. But also, I use my airbrush. So I bought an airbrush not to paint with, but just for resin. 2 reasons. 1, the little container that you put the paint in, fill it with alcohol. Clean off your prints really well. And then when you run out of alcohol, just keep spraying. It's now an air gun. Blows all the resin off. It works very well. Did you look at that hanger? What do you mean? Wait a minute. Can the hanger for the printer plate be turned upside down to hang the basket? There is no plate for the hanger. It's all one piece. See? And it just fits into a slot in the printer. There's just a little metal plate on the printer that hooks into that. So there's no way to mount this higher. Exactly. It's a little pressure washer. What it is, I found out canned air works fantastically. I mean, amazingly well. The problem is it's expensive. So the 80 bucks I spent on a airbrush kit will be paid for in 6 months, if less. Hang on. Can the hanger for the printer plate be turned upside down to hang the basket? I don't understand. You mean these things? Oh, can you do that? Maybe, but there's no way to hook the basket. See, the basket won't hook onto this. I see what you mean. Can I put this in upside down and then raise it up? That actually might be high enough. So a little 3D print on here to hook onto this basket might work. Good idea. We're going to check that out. That's a really good idea. That was Sean Cronister. That's a fantastic idea. Oh, I like this. I like this a lot. It makes it so much cleaner. Because usually the wash and cure process for these things is a messy process. I have nothing on me. This is a very clean process. I like this. I wasn't sure how much I was going to like this, especially it's pretty expensive. Although, now that I see the build quality, I understand the price. Yeah, they are cured. Now, the only thing is, these not cured. So, I'm going to turn these out like that. And they feel clean. I'm going to turn them out like that. And we're going to run a 2-minute cycle to clean the insides. So, there we go. It's nice. They did a good job. I mean, initially, so far, I'm impressed. It's a good product. I mean, hey, any product that lets me go wash and cure in 12 minutes and I don't have to get messy, I'm all for that. I think it's going to be around 250-ish, 240, 260, something like that. Let me see if it's available yet. Oh, I hope. Oh, that's different. That looks totally different. And that better not be the going price. $355 is too much. This must be pictures of it before they finalized it. Unless this is a cheaper version of what they already had. Because what I'm seeing on Google is totally different. And see, this looks like it. Oh, no, it doesn't. That's different. Oh, that's a Formlabs. There we go. Yeah, they look cured. Looks good. Now, what are these? Ah, that must be from the alcohol. Okay. Yeah. The little white marks were from the alcohol. But yeah, nicely cured. So now I have a ring. And I have a little today's 3D print logo that I print and put in there. I figured out how to do multicolor prints. Yeah, the white spots. That's why you need the multi-rinse with a water rinse at the end. So what you really should have, at minimum, you want 2 of these. So this will be the one that spins inside the machine, and then you'll have a second one of these that you just dunk the basket in. That'll have less resin in it to do that final cure. And then depending on the parts, sometimes you can also water wash them, and that'll get rid of any residual alcohol, which is what causes the white spots. Let's see if this works though. Well, these are fine. Those are all cured now, and they feel dry too. If they're not fully washed, you'll feel a stickiness on them, like they're not totally clean. These feel nice and smooth. These are clean. So the question was, can we put this in backwards? No, we cannot. This stops it from going in. So it needs to be an exposed edge. You cannot insert this backwards. If they did not have this tab here, I'm not sure why they have this tab here. I don't see a need for this tab. Since the metal plate goes behind here, this tab isn't needed. Oh, but then I can't use it the normal way. And if you have tiny prints, you need to use it the normal way because the prints will fall through the basket. So I need that to go both ways. On the knob, there's no bolts on here. Flip the flip. Guy hasn't come out yet to look at the wires. He's doing it for free, and the weather's been bad, so I'm not bugging him. Oh, flipping that won't help. That won't do anything. That's only going to give you. That's only going to give you that much extension. You need this much extension. You see, the basket needs to be up here. So if I could have this installed like this, that would be enough. So if I installed this like that, that would be enough to keep the basket above the fluid level. So I need the full extension of this. It should be easy enough to 3D print something for that, though. But what they can do to fix this, see, the problem is this is all bent metal. That's one of the ways they made this cheaper. The easiest thing for them to do would be to remove this tab. This tab is not needed. There's no reason to have this tab. Although it is load-bearing. Kind of. Yeah, kind of. See, I want this to sit out like this more. See how it wiggles? I'd like it to sit out like this so that plate would be straighter inside of here. So either tighten up the tolerances here or bend it out so that you get that little extension there. Can I? I don't think I can bend this. Actually, maybe I can. Yes, I can. There we go. That's what I want. A little bit of a bend. So now when you put this in, the plate actually sits pretty close to level. So now I fix that, but you can't flip it over. Assuming this plate is strong enough to handle the stress, they could just remove this tab. And if they remove this tab, you'd be able to flip this over and put it in. So you can see I can't get it in there because that tab's in the way. But that's what I need to do. I need to mount this upside down like this. And then all they have to do is put something on here for the basket to hook into. So something for the basket to grab onto so that I can do this. See? So now the basket will drain. The Mars vat might fit the photon. The Creality will not. There's 2 different ways that they're doing the vats. One way is the vat goes into a bracket like this, and the screws hold the bracket, the vat like that, or the entire vat slides over 2 bolts, and then you have knobs that screw down on top. I don't remember which way the Mars does it. Well, ideally, what I would like to see, I know it's empty in here. There's plenty of space in here. So I would like to see a telescopic, basically make this, I would like to see this mount be telescopic. So I can grab this mount and go and tick, 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 and lift it up and lock it in place. And so the basket will hang here. And yeah, the disposable vats are a lot cheaper. I have 2 vats for the Photon. I bought 1 extra vat so I can change colors. I'm impressed. This is nice. They did a very good job on this. I wonder, can you leave this in here? No. It's too tall, which is a pity. Because it'd be nice if I could just store that inside here. But that hangs like that. Pretty good, Paul. The curing station's pretty damn nice. I got to give them credit. They did a good job on it. Not friggin' bad. And they are fully cured. No stickiness, no nothing. Very, very impressed. I can't, not with the thing in there. I got to take that out in order to put the lid on. Oh, that's easy enough. I can fab that up in Tinkercad in 20 minutes. That'd be super easy to do. Maybe even resin print it just because. But yeah, nice. I'm impressed. I'm very, very impressed. I like the thoughtfulness of including the extra mounts as well. And with that bend in there, that plate will fit a lot better in there now. Let's check. Yeah, that's close to level now. Yeah, it probably is very similar. I would not be surprised if these are off-the-shelf parts. Now, the only thing I don't like is that this doesn't use the same mounting method as the printer. Yeah, see, that's much closer to level. Now I can adjust it until I get it level. There. Now it's perfectly level. Yeah, it only needed a slight bend, and now that plate is nice and level, so it won't bang against the sides of the vat. But that's nice, and that brings it all the way down too, so you don't have to add a tremendous amount of alcohol. The other mount is if you're going to be printing full height, so you don't have to dick around with this. You just slap that right on there. And now this just goes right in here like this. Like that. It's a much stiffer basic mount when you're printing something big. So it's nice that they include both. I like that. Because this can't go up high enough for full build height. That's as high as it can go. And as you can see, actually that's pretty close to the same height, but it is lower. Oh no, it's way lower. See, this is mounted up here. This would be down here. So you can see the height difference. This would be down here like this. So about half your build volume. So if you're using full build volume, this literally won't work. So you'd have to have a taller one up here for a full build volume. They could get around that by allowing this to go higher, but then this would get in the way of the plate, and otherwise it would have to stick out more. So it makes more sense to do what they did, 2 separate mounts. So that's cool. That's really cool. Now, storage is actually going to be pretty easy because I could see this being here like this. This can go in here like that. This can go back in the printer. This could also store inside the basket. So now you can store everything inside that basket there. I could even see transferring these parts to a smaller Ziploc bag. So transfer these parts to a smaller Ziploc bag, and you can even store your extra bearing and tools in here when not in use. This could store inside of here, and this can store inside of here as well. So everything can store inside of the basket. And then you just have a hanger to hang that basket. I could even see 3D printing a little bracket back here. Just glue right on the top of the acrylic case here, so that when not in use, either on the side or in the back, wherever you had more space in your workshop, you could just hang this off the back of this machine. The vat would be inside of here. So for storage. So here's an idea for you, Anycubic. Have a little glued on slot, you know, the same as this slot here, 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 and here, all three sides. This way I can close the vat, put it inside like that. Can I put it in there? Yes, I can, with the lid on. Then I can put this on top like that, and then I can hang this from any side. So if I have spare side here, I can hang it from there. If I have more space in the back, I can hang it from the back like this, and that allows me to pack away my wash station very efficiently. And I can take the second bucket of fluid and put it on top of the thing. So what I might do is I might actually 3D print a large piece to go up here, so that this bucket will sit inside of a recess, so it's less likely to be pushed off. And the bucket would sit here, and you'd have 3 tabs on the 3 sides, so you could pick which side you wanted to hang your basket. Like, I have enough room that I would probably hang the basket off the side right here like that, so I could easily get to it. I could just reach up and just take my basket, and I have all my parts ready to go.
You got food.
3D printer build off. What's that mean? Like, what would it be? What would you do? No, I never ordered one. I already bought my own cooling fans for it. I just haven't had time to play with it yet. Surprisingly, I haven't needed it. It's been working shockingly well without the cooling fan. I've been very impressed by that. I'm going to add one anyway, just because extra parts cooling is always good. But I've been surprised how well it works. And I would like to see a slightly finer mesh in this basket. At least this bottom portion here and this bottom here have a finer mesh, so small parts can't fall through. And then leave it open up here so that it can still stir the fluid. I understand why they didn't, because if you the finer mesh you have, the less motion of water you're going to get. They have a new version. I'm hoping they'll send me it. I don't know yet, but they have a new version that has a little LCD screen, a little OLED screen. That looks pretty cool. I'd like to get that. Well, the problem is that the bin is not symmetrical. You see, you really need 2 of these. You need one, maybe even a third one, right? But at least 2. So the idea is, I mean, this works great because this is brand new alcohol. But as this alcohol gets filled with resin, it's going to be less effective. Meaning you're going to want a second vat to do a secondary rinse before you actually cure. So I want to 3D print something so that I can sit this on top of here like this. I don't want to leave it like that because it could be pushed off. Okay? And so having a 3D print that would be like an inch high, 25 millimeters high, so that this could sit inside of it to hold that in place. Well, that's the problem. The print that I put on would be oblong shaped because this is oblong shaped. So I would want 3 connection points so that I can attach this to whatever side I wanted to. Actually, even the front, just make it all 4 sides. You could having the basket right on the front here might actually be a good idea because you can't miss it when you come to pull the lid off. Because I could absolutely see someone coming up to this machine with this hanging off the back, for example, forgetting that it's there, and they go, and all those parts go all over the place. So actually hanging it off the front might not be a bad idea because then you can't miss it. You know, it's obvious. Oh, wait a minute, let me take this off first before I open the printer. So that might not be a bad idea. The yellow lid, I don't know if it's asymmetric or symmetric. It is asymmetric. So it is longer front to back than it is side to side. Oh, that's just these. Huh, that's cool. Well, when I design something, I want to be able to use the printer as the mounting point because then anybody can use it, even if you have it on your kitchen table. Okay, so a wall mount would be very specific to me and my wall mount. Yeah, for me, that'd be easy. Just 2 magnets right on the container wall and done. Yeah, I'll be going to the post office today. The roads are all cleared. Just my driveway's got snow in it. My microwave came in, so that's good. Although I don't really want to go put away the old microwave because I have to trudge through all that snow to do it. The snow in the backyard will probably stay for a week. Another reason to get the snowblower going. I can clear all that snow. But I like that everything fits in there. That's nice. It did a damn good job and fast. I mean, it normally takes me 30, 40 minutes to clean up prints, and then you still got to cure them. This did it in 6 minutes. I mean, that's impressive. It should be. I mean, you will have to run. Well, I brought 2 microwaves with me from Pennsylvania. I had a really nice big 2.2 cubic foot LG microwave. And I found a second one on Craigslist, and I bought that so I could have a spare. Now they just jam it up. You need a wood chipper. Yeah, a wood chipper. There's nothing wrong with the snowblower. I just can't get it out of the trailer. It's too heavy. It would take 3 or 4 people to lift it out of the trailer. And I haven't had a chance to build a hoist yet. But the snowblower is nothing wrong with it. It's just stuck inside of a trailer. But I'm going to keep that way so I don't ding up the panel. Yeah, I traded an Ender 3 for a really nice 24-inch, 8 horsepower, pull start or electric start, real nice snowblower. So, but I'm impressed. That's nice. That's really nice. I gotta go get some more alcohol today too. Matter of fact, let me place the order now so that when I go out later, it'll be ready. Okay. Let's go into Walmart. Actually, I got to do it through here. Well, see, basically, this is my snowblower inside the trailer. And the problem is, I built the trailer myself, so there's no removable walls on the trailer. It was just designed to haul garbage, and I used it to haul my stuff out here. Designing a door that you can open takes a lot more engineering, so I just screwed it all together. So the stake body is like that high. So I would have to lift the snowblower out of the trailer and then down to the ground. So I would have to lift the snowblower 3 feet up into the air and then lower it 6 feet. It weighs well over 300 pounds, probably over 400 pounds. It took 4 of us to pick it up. Okay, it's maybe not 400 pounds, probably like 300 pounds. 250, 300 pounds. So it's way too big for me to manhandle it myself. I need, even 2 people can't do it. I mean, my neighbor is missing a leg. He can't really help me do it. And I just don't have the manpower yet. So eventually what I'm going to do is I'm going to build a hoist. Because I'm going to have this problem in the future where I have to do things by myself. So the idea is I will build a hoist around the trailer like this. So we'd have 2 walls like this with a wall connecting them like this. And then I have a winch here. I would drive the trailer underneath the hoist, hook a winch to the item, lift it, drive the trailer out, and then use the winch to lower it to the ground. And that would solve the problem. I just haven't gotten around to figuring out how to get it out yet. I might be able to unscrew the back panel and take it off. I didn't realize that was hollow. Cool. No, it doesn't fit on there. That's too bad. That's too bad they didn't thread this side so you can screw it on. I didn't realize the handle was hollow. So I just haven't gotten around to figure out. I've seen hoists around here. I could probably just drive it over there, drop it on the ground, then come back with my short trailer that has a ramp on the back, and then load it into that, and then I'm good. I just haven't gotten around to it. Engine hoist isn't tall enough because the hoist would have to be have to be over 8 feet in the air. I'd have to lift something, the bottom of something 8 foot clear, because the trailer, the top rail of the trailer is about 5 feet. It's about here on me. So it would have to lift the wheels of the snowblower that high, you know. So you got 5 feet from the ground plus the height of the snowblower itself. So you would need an 8 foot hoist. I don't think they make them that big. At least not the cheap ones you can go buy at Harbor Freight. You know, they're made for engines that are down here 3 feet. I thought of that. I thought of just going and grab a Harbor Freight engine hoist, and just none of them were tall enough. Well, the one microwave, everything works, but the magnetron doesn't turn on. Probably a fucking fuse or a switch. The problem is I'm leery about screwing around with microwaves. So I said, okay, no problem. I brought a spare microwave. I bring the spare microwave in. It works fine, except it turns on when you open the door. Like right now, if I go plug it in and I open the door, it turns on. Like, what the fuck? Scared the shit out of me. I was thinking of that too. Just welding a beam sticking out from the trailer, and just having somebody come and just weld me a little square pipe up there. You know, have it stick out like 6 feet, and then hang a winch right from that. Yeah, that would work. So it turns on when I open the door, which is scary as shit because magnetron tubes are dangerous. They are fucking dangerous. You can boil the liquids in your eyes. And so it works fine otherwise. So what I have to do is I have to unplug it, open it, put my food in, close it, plug it in, and then start my timer and hit go. And when it's done, I got to unplug it so that when I open the door, it doesn't turn on again. So I was like, okay, I can deal with that, but I'm going to let my sister get hurt because she forgets some wonky procedure to use the microwave and she gets blinded. It's like, fuck that shit. So said fuck it and bought a new microwave, $251. But it's a nice fingerprint resistant smoked stainless steel 2.2 cubic foot LG with a 4-year warranty. Okay, good. I'll probably keep the one that turns on when you open the door, and I'll probably use that out in the workshop if I want to ever nuke something to eat or something like that. And then I'll just use a surge protector with a switch. You know, off, open, close, on, hit the go button. You know, I could deal with that. I could remember to, you know, do that. Yeah, and it's a powerful microwave too, 1400 watts. You know, it's a big microwave. It's a nice one. So we use the microwave a lot, so it makes sense to invest a decent amount of money into a good one, just because we use it so much. The 3D Jimmy, that is a fantastic idea with welding a post on the back of the container. That's fantastic. Actually, you just made me think of a cheap way I might be able to do it with no welding. I could open both doors and simply straddle the doors with a 4x4 post. It would be tricky to back the trailer up to it, but that could work to allow me to hoist that thing out of there once the snow melts. So it doesn't help me now. I can think of a few different ways of getting it out of there, but they all involve extreme risk, meaning if I slip or screw up, I'm fucked. So I got to be careful with that. I don't want to do anything dangerous. It kind of bugged me that I'm in New Mexico, right outside of Albuquerque. It kind of bugged me that my sister thinks that she's a burden on me, and that emotionally affects her. She thinks that she can't contribute, that she's just a burden, and she is. She is a burden, but she's my sister. I mean, there's no other answer to the solution. I mean, you have to do that. That's just what good people do. On top of that, I think she's going to help keep me alive. I mean, you know, there's some emotional issues up in my head here that I have to address, demons I have to defeat, depression, stuff like that. As I pay off this debt and get this house running better, I think that'll get a lot better. But having to care for her keeps me motivated too. You know, now it's not just, I can't just sit here and wither away and die because I got to take care of her. So that also helps me. It keeps me motivated. So hopefully she understands that, because I don't want her to think that she's a burden. You know, she's my sister. That's what family does. You know, my other brothers might not do that. Matter of fact, I know they wouldn't do it. I know for a fact they wouldn't do it. But you know, that's the difference between good people and bad people. Exactly. It gives me that drive, that reason to say, I got to get off my lazy ass and get some shit done today. Yes, it is. Laughing is good medicine. I always tell people to smile. Even when you feel bad, smile anyway, because the physical act of smiling releases endorphins. Yes, I've actually visited him a couple times to grab filament. This is actually filament 1 right here. This is their dark glint. I really like this stuff, although it clogged the hell out of my nozzle. I've never had glint clog a nozzle before. Never. It's the first time I've had glint clog a nozzle. Have you not toy? What's that mean? Yeah, I think there's a good chance I would just wither away and die if I didn't have her with me. Because there'd be no motivation. It would just be depression. She is the antidepressant, so that works good. I hope she realizes that. Because I don't want her thinking that she is bad in any way. Oh man, that sucks, Michael. You could probably run PETG if you could figure out a way to get it to stick. If you could make it stick to the build plate, yeah, you could probably run PETG. Oh, I did tell her. But, you know, telling her and her understanding are two different things, you know, because people will say things to appease you, but you'll still have those bad thoughts. So I'm hoping that by telling her she understands that she's not a burden, that she is family. You know, that's just, I absolutely told her when she brought that up, I crushed that immediately and let her know that, no, that's not how that works. You know, Logan is a burden. You are not, you know. Especially her, you know, she's not going to just know. You have to explain to her. But that doesn't remove the emotional response. So you have to hope that the explanation is enough. I got a heat bed for my Mega Zero. So this is a I ordered a Cat's one because that's the one I trust, the name brand. But they're out of stock right now. It's not going to be till March when it gets here. So this is just a little 25-watt heat pad. Use it for like an oil pan or something like that on a small car or motorcycle or something like that. Cold. People up in Canada know what these are. And so I'm just going to stick this on the bottom of the bed. Just stick it right on. A little extension out the back to make sure the wire doesn't get tangled up, and just plug it in. That's it. It's 25 watts, so you don't have to regulate it or anything. It's never going to overheat that bed, that giant aluminum bed with that. And yeah, same thing. Battery warmer does the same thing. And so this is just a little AC heat bed that I don't have to interface with the electronics or do anything with. You know, just plug it in and go. What I would like to do is get an AC timer that I can press a button to have it start and then have it turn off after a certain number of minutes. For example, I only really need this for like the first 20 minutes of the print. You know, well, 25 minutes, 5 minutes to warm up and 20 minutes of printing, and then just have it turn off. So I got to try to look for something like that. But this is also how I added a heat bed to my my Michelangelo from TiVo. Hello. Oh, third-party electric supplier rebate check scam. It sounds like to me. She doesn't like being on the videos. I've tried to get her on the videos so you guys can, you know, to get her involved, but she doesn't like being on the videos. Well, see, that's just it though. I need a real-time timer. They have timers, you know, turn on at sunset, turn off an hour later, you know, or turn on at 6 and turn off at 8. What I need is press on, turn off 15 minutes later. So turn off, you know, 20 minutes, 15 minutes, whatever, the X number of minutes after I press on. That's what I need. I haven't seen anything like that yet. I might be able to kind of trick it. Depending on how the optical sensors work, I might be able to put a switch on the photodiode for the optical sensor and basically turn the diode on or off. So basically, flip the switch to turn the diode off, which will turn the circuitry on. But the smallest time I've ever seen for those is 2 hours. I only need 20, 30 minutes. Oh, that's a good idea. That's exactly what I need. And those have small enough time spans. Oh, wait a minute, I gotta order the alcohol. but I got to do it through my own. You're allowed to use your own affiliate link with Walmart, so I use my own affiliate link to buy stuff on Walmart. You don't get much; it's like 2%, but hey, it's better than 0. So. That's not what I want. I need 1%. Yeah, well, they actually make little timers, push button timers. You push the button, it turns it on, and minutes later it turns off for like heat lamps and stuff and vents in bathrooms. That would be perfect. Oh, it's not available in my store, huh? It's out of stock in my store. Damn it. So I'm going to have to go to Walgreens and get it, which is more expensive. Not that much more expensive, but it's more expensive. Comes out to like $12 a gallon instead of $10 a gallon. If anybody knows of a cheaper way to get 91% alcohol, let me know. Because $10 a gallon is a lot of money. Oh yeah, here's their, I was going to show you earlier. Here's their trade dress application for Elderwood. It's literally a line drawing of the box, which is specifically forbidden by the rules of the USPTO. And yet somehow that got accepted. And worse, it's not a logo or mark. They don't use that logo or mark anywhere except for the design of that one particular product. The 7-hexagon tessellation isn't used anywhere on any of their other products or on any of their paperwork. Yeah, $2.50 for a quart, so $10 a gallon. That's the best I've found. Let's check that timer on Amazon. So, what do I search for? Timer switch? Is that what I think it is? Oh, that's perfect. I actually wish it had slightly longer options, but here's a nice switch. You just pick what time you want. 1, 5, 10, 15, 20, or 30 minutes, and then you press the button. And then that's exactly what I need. This one's cheaper. $15. Yeah, I'm sure order one of those. Let's add that to the list. 3D printing parts and accessories. Let's check out. Yeah, for 16 bucks, I'm just gonna order it. I'll 3D print an electrical box for it. The Republic of Tea Ginger Peach is fantastic. It's a much sweeter ginger peach than the Wawa tea, but it is delicious. Oh, you're sending me some. Cool. Thank you. I just reread that again. See you later, Paul. No, the timer on my phone will remind me to turn it off, but it won't actually turn it off. I want to be able to press the button and leave. You see what I mean? So I need it to turn itself off. So by having a switch, all I gotta do is press one button, 30 minutes, and it turns off 30 minutes later. That's perfect. I'm trying to automate it. It's also safer. Plus, if I forget to come back and turn it off, I'm wasting 25 watts of power. It's not a lot of power. But if you start running things off batteries, that's a lot of power very quickly. Thank you, Colin. I appreciate that a lot. I've had that tea before. It is one of my favorites. It is delicious. I have them linked in my Yum Yums. Actually, I might have a tea category on my Amazon page. If you go to my Amazon page, I have Republic of Tea linked. They're actually a pretty good price too. It's like $10 for 50 tea bags, so it's not a bad deal. There's several flavors I like. I love from the Republic of Tea. It's the ginger peach black, because they also have green. I don't like that one. Ginger peach black. They also have a blueberry black, which is delicious. It tastes like blueberry muffins. Oh, it's good. And then they also have a cinnamon plum that's really good. So those three flavors are amazing. Other good flavors is Cinnamon Express. You can buy that at Walmart or any grocery store. Walmart's the cheapest though. Cinnamon Express from Celestial Tea is amazing. Try dudadiesel.com. Hang on. What is that? Okay. You see, those are bad prices. They're charging $100 for a 5-gallon pail, which is $25 a gallon. I'm already paying $10 a gallon. So that's 2.5 times more money. Here's 90% for, if I bought 12 plus, it's $7.64 a bottle. It's 950 milliliters. So yeah, that's a lot of money. I don't need 99%. I need 90%. How many milliliters in a gallon? So this is 1,000, right? Yeah, this is 946, and that's 950. So 4 of these makes a gallon. So that's $32 a gallon for 90%, and yeah, that's just not a good deal. Even the ethanol, denatured ethanol, which might work, 55-gallon drum for $373. So that's 373 divided by 55. That's actually not bad. That's $6.78 a gallon. That's assuming that's shipped price. It's just contact for freight. So you're gonna have to pay for freight on top of that. No, not a good deal. Yeah, I need to get under $10 a gallon because that's how much I get for at Walmart. $10 a gallon. 4 of these is $10, and that's 1 gallon. I'm wondering if 70% alcohol will work if I agitate long enough. Because I imagine the alcohol will work the same. It'll just take longer. So it might actually be worth using 70%. Oh. Hang on. Oh, yeah, you're right. It's 5 gallons. I divided by 4. That's how I came up with the 25. You're right. It's 5 gallons. So it's $21.50 a gallon plus shipping. I'm assuming there's going to be a shipping charge for that, but that's still twice what I'm paying at Walmart. Yeah, but what would be the source material for the still? You know, what would be the source material to get the alcohol for the still? I think $10 for a gallon's a lot of money. It's just alcohol. Corn and sugar probably cost more than alcohol. Yeah, it's not a bad deal. I mean, it's not horrible. I've seen much higher prices. You go into a Walgreens or a CVS and it's like $3.50 for a quart. Do you smell your own farts? Do I intentionally sniff my own farts? No. Can I smell my fart when I fart? Yes. Be careful making your own alcohol. If you do it wrong, you can hurt yourself. You can destroy your eyes. So just be careful. I like this container too. This is nice. Does it smell good? No, it doesn't smell good. It smells like shit. Because that's literally where it came from. It came from my shitter. Although Anthony back home, his farts will clear a room. Like that's registerable as a WMD. I've always threatened him that if he farted in my car, I was going to shove a tube up his ass and feed it into the engine because it's probably flammable. As long as they're not vulgar, I don't care. You know, have fun. That's the point. I don't know. I got one of their textured PEI plates, so I gotta try it out. Suggestions on cool looking prints. If you want something that's neat, that procedural pyramid, that vase mode pyramid, the fractal pyramid is really cool, especially if you use a gradient filament. That's neat. The way I find prints is I go to Thingiverse and then I simply click on where it says recently made. You know, prints that these 3 pictures on the front page never change anymore, but that doesn't matter. Just click on the actual where it says see more on the right hand side. And this shows you all the stuff, all the makes that people are posting recently. And I always find all kinds of neat stuff in there to print. Today wasn't a printer, it was a printer accessory. So today we have the Anycubic wash and cure station. So that is an all-in-one device here that you first have a vat with a magnetic stir. You put your parts either in a basket or you hang them from the build plate itself. And that hangs in this vat of alcohol. And you simply hit go. And this machine stirs both directions. It goes one way, then it turns around and goes the other way. And it washes your parts off. Okay. When you're done, you take the vat out and you put this plate in, which I've added a DVD to, so I have a reflective bottom surface. But you simply put this plate in and you switch the printer to cure mode, and you take your parts and you put them on top of the plate here and you hit go, and it turns on an array, a 40-watt array of UV LEDs, and turns the prints inside that UV light field and cures them for you. And when you're done, you're ready to go. Your prints are dry and clean. And it does it in less than 10 minutes. You know, figure 4 or 5 minutes for each cycle and you're done. Very impressive. Very nicely executed, nicely thought out unit. The only changes I would make is to add a reflective surface to the bottom here. I might even consider putting a translucent mesh on top of here to lift the products off the bottom a little bit. Or even better, instead of putting a DVD on the bottom, I had to drill out the hole a little bit bigger in order for it to fit. It was just about, it was almost the right size. Well, it'll cure any size print that you can put inside of a Photon, Mars, or Creality resin printer. It'll handle the full build volume. That's a 3,500 milliliter vat. So it'll handle anything you can fit in there. And you don't even have to remove the part from the build plate. You can actually take the build plate, and the build plate will attach to this, and you can adjust the height. And if you're using the full build volume, they have a flat plate, and you simply attach your plate to that, and it dunks it into the vat, and you can clean your parts that way. And that's staying down there now. But another thing that they could do is to put a couple of LED lights on the bottom shining straight up. That would be a good idea. Put about 10 watts worth of LEDs on the bottom, right through the aluminum, drill holes in aluminum, and have them shining straight up through the bottom of this plate. That would be an even better idea. But for now, I just put a reflective surface on there. That helps a little bit. What? Oh. Okay. Hang on. I have it right here. Where is it?
Chris,
Yeah.
my insurance approved for physical therapy.
Good.
I get 24 days, but I start next Tuesday at 1 o'clock.
Here it is. It's the LCRT 2010. Yeah, LCRT 2010.
Was that the old microwave? Huh?
Yes, they do. They love sleeping on here.
Yeah, that's my
The
baby.
Frozen Sonic Mini. Yes, I have one coming in Monday. We're doing it next Wednesday.
That's my
That's going to
baby.
be fun.
That kitty is mine.
Say hello, Michelle.
Hello. That kitty is mine. That's my kitty, the Siamese.
She doesn't understand yet that she doesn't own the cat. It's not her cat. She belongs to the cat.
No.
Cats aren't pets, they're owners.
I'm taking one of my Lunchables with me.
Okay. No, you eat it out here.
I can't.
You can. Sit in the chair.
Where I normally sit.
I'll sit in the chair.
You got your printer on it.
Huh? You don't
On
need
the
the table.
table.
You just hold that in your hand. The chair's not covered.
You're a dick. Why is that wet?
Huh?
Why is that wet?
It was outside. It's in the microwave. How you doing, babe? Yeah.
Where's your fucking mutt? Yes, I call him a fucking mutt.
Yeah, it has a monochrome LCD screen that's supposed to be good for 2,000 hours, and it allows more transmission of UV light, so you have faster burn times, 2 seconds or less per layer, which means it'll print fast. That also means I might be able to print thicker layers. There are prints where there's no reason to have lower than 0.2 millimeter layers, but so far, none of these resin printers can reliably do better than 0.1 layers. If I could do 0.2 layers, I can make really fast prints. That's right. She's Noel's human.
No.
Yes.
No.
Cats are masters. They're not pets, they're owners.
I'm their master.
You are Null's human, and I am Ender's human.
Yeah, that's right. Dogs have owners, cats have staff. Get my food for me. Clean my litter box.
God.
Yes, a photon can do 0.2, but not reliably. I've had more failures than successes. The Sonic Mini is $200. Yeah, $199 to $199 to $207. Price fluctuates through $10 for some reason.
Is that a microwave you're talking about?
Well, it's not how long the printer takes. Okay.
No.
How do I describe this? Here's how I describe it. I want to print this. Okay. This takes 35 minutes to print. 38 minutes. Okay. It takes 38 minutes to print this. I don't know how long. Now, let's say I want to print 2 of these at the same time. How long does it take to print? Well, it takes twice as long. Let's call it 40 minutes just to make the math easy. So if I want to print 2, it's 80 minutes. If I want to print 4, it's 160 minutes. Resin, however, well, not resin. MSLA resin. These are what are called MSLA printers, masking stereolithography printers. All right. So what they do is they have an LCD screen that is on or off. Okay. Wherever the screen is on, nothing passes through. Wherever the screen is off, something that could be reversed. But the point is, wherever the screen is dark, wherever it's opaque, no light passes through. Wherever the screen is clear, light passes through. So an MSLA printer works more like a camera. It actually works like a camera. So a camera, it doesn't draw. A digital camera draws the image on the CCD. Okay. While a regular camera, film camera, doesn't draw the picture. It takes a picture all at the same time. Thank you, WFO writer. I saw your message. I think it's I think it's an older one. I don't think it's a super new one. It's exactly like a film projector. If you've ever done black and white photography and you've developed and enlarged your own pictures, it works exactly like an enlarger. So in an enlarger, you ever see those? Here we go. You ever see the, for any of you guys who are over 30 years old, you probably know what I'm talking about. You ever see the projectors in class in school where she takes the transparency and she puts it on top of the box and turns the light on and it shines up into the head and then it projects what's on the transparency on the wall? You guys ever see that? Well, that's exactly how this printer works. Let them know I sent you there. Or if you're using AliExpress or something like that, use my link down below. Overhead projector. It works exactly like an overhead projector. So you put a transparency over the light source. In this case, the transparency is an LCD panel. Okay. Wherever the LCD panel is on is like you took a marker to the transparency. It's black. And wherever the LCD panel is transparent, the UV light passes through. And so when you draw this, okay, you have to draw 1 circle, 2 circles. Then you have to come to the middle, draw 1 circle, 2 circles. Then go to the other one, draw 1 circle, 2 circles. And then you have to fill it in. You fill it in, okay? Then you lift up and you do that again. You draw. With this, you don't. You expose. So you take a picture of the layer you want and you expose the layer all at once. Like a camera, like an overhead projector, like a photo enlarger in a darkroom. And the advantage is not in printing one. I don't know how long it'll take. Probably a similar time, maybe 50% longer than an FDM printer. Okay? But the advantage is when you have to print more than one. Because how long does it take to print 1? Let's say 30 minutes. How long does it take to print 2? 30 minutes. How long does it take to print 10? 30 minutes. Because you're exposing the whole layer all at once. So no matter how many you're printing, no matter how complex it is, no matter how much detail it is, your print time is determined only by the number of layers and how long each layer takes. That's it. So printing 1 or printing 10 takes exactly the same amount of time on a resin printer. So when you're starting to print a whole bunch of something, resin becomes really efficient, really fast. It's crazy. On my Mega Zero or CR10 or Ender 3, 1 takes 30, 2 takes 60, 4 takes 120 minutes, 8 takes 240 minutes. With the resin, it's 30, 30, 30, 30, 30. No matter how many you print, as many as you can fit on the bed. So it's very, very cool in that regard. Now the only trick is we need to get some of those tough resins down in price. The regular resins are cheap. I mean, you can get resin for now. I've bought some as low as $20 a kilo on clearance, but 30, 40 bucks a kilo is totally doable right now. You can buy resin for that price. Let's see what the cheapest resin is on Amazon right now. You weirdo talking to yourself?
What?
You weirdo talking to yourself?
I'm just remembering things I have to do. We have spray cleaner.
So here's Eryone resin, 36 bucks for a liter. Here's Saintsmart resin, 35 bucks for a liter. Let's see. Here's Stickeryeti fast, 1 liter of resin. That's a kilogram, $34.99. iFund 3D, $39.99. Anycubic, that's 500 milliliters, $35. Yeah, I mean, oh wow, that's I like embarrassing you. Deal with it. Here's half a kilogram, 500 grams, 20 bucks. And this is all Amazon Prime shipped. The resin has gotten affordable. It is affordable now. 3D Jimmy has trouble reading, so it's easier for him to read when it's capital letters. It's easier for him to see the screen when the letters are capital. So he just leaves it all capital. It's just an eye issue with reading the screen. So he's not trying to be offensive or anything.
I'm taking this cleaner with me.
The what?
The Lysol.
Yeah, okay.
I need to clean my tub.
You want to not use Lysol first, but in the cabinet, the green bottle, the lime away, you got to use that first. In the skinny cabinets right there, there should be one right there. I think the top one. It's either that one or the top one. Little green bottle. Yeah, that's it. You got it. You got it. You got to use that first on your toilet and your tub, because that will remove the hard water residue, which the Lysol will not.
Oh, it's not hard.
No, trust me.
That's not what I'm cleaning
I know,
off.
but you have hard water residue there. So the Lysol is just not going to work until you get rid of the hard water with that.
They burn.
Take the brush with you, the white and red brush.
I have a sponge in the tub. When they when I told you how they were dragging stuff into
I
the
haven't
tub.
posted one. I need to get a couple posted. when a couple weeks ago when I got the flu, I just stopped recording videos and my pre-loaded queue of videos ran out, and I just haven't gotten around to recording another one yet. I've probably got enough clips on my devices to post 3 or 4 more videos, so I just got to process them. I got to get that channel to 1,000 so I can turn on monetization. Yeah, that flu kicked my ass. Oh my god. Whew. P802M. I don't know. Trademarks wise, pretty cheap printers. They tend to work, but the quality control is not the highest. 802M. Yeah.
How do you open this?
I don't know. Yeah, looks like an ANET A8. I'd avoid that. Unless you want to play with a printer like that, I'd avoid that.
Did you see? I can't forget.
Unless you have a particular desire to play with a. Yeah, I know. I gotta get it to 1,000. Oh no, it just rotates, Michelle.
I couldn't figure it out.
Yeah, you just squeeze it like a medicine bottle. say you got the knurls here, the little parts. You just squeeze and turn, and then it unscrews just a little bit, and now it'll actually allow fluid to come out. There you go. So you see it opens up the tip.
Yeah.
And then you do the same thing to close it. You got to squeeze it and close it. And then a little thing pops out to close it off.
Thank you.
Yep.
I didn't know. That's why I asked. I never used this stuff before.
Who cares? It's $200 and it has layer times less than 2 seconds and it has a screen that'll last 2,000 hours. I don't care if it's 1080p. That's fine. There's really not much difference between 1080p and 2K. Most of these panels are not 4K. They're 2K, which is only slightly higher than 1080p. And I mean slightly. Like, what's that? 1440 versus 1080? Yeah, it's 1440 versus 1080. It's a very tiny difference. Now, if you get the other one they have, it's like was it like $900? It's got a 4K screen in it. No, that one's like $2,000. They have a in between one that has a 2K screen, but it's also fast. They have one that can do as low as a 0.5 second layer times. That's quick. The actual motion of the printer is slower than that. The only thing I don't like about the Mini is it's got a smaller build volume. I wish the build volume was just a hair bigger, but still not bad. So I'll be adding that to my Mega Zero to get myself a little bit of heat for the bed. Just a little bit. It probably will never reach 60 centigrade, but it doesn't need to. If it even reaches 40 centigrade, that's going to make a big difference in bed adhesion. What I'm really interested in from Frozen is their XL. They have one called the Frozen Shuffle XL for $1,000. And that one has a 190 by 120 by 200 build volume. That's nice. That's a nice build volume. Exactly. I would like to have that little extra Z. I tend to print tall, skinny shapes, so the Z is important to me. Yeah, it's 120 instead of 150 or something like that. Yeah, I don't even look at those kinds because I can't afford them. Who knows? Maybe if I do well enough with the Sonic Mini, maybe they'll send me an XL. That'd be nice. Is that the Sonic Mini for 155 pounds? Because the normal Sonic is $1,700. But that's the one that can do 0.5 second burn time. That's cool. Then their equivalent of these printers is the Frozen Shuffle. Never. I don't get enough views to make any money on YouTube, but just being able to make any at all would be nice. You know, even if I only get $10 a month, that's another $120 a year. Well, for example, I have almost 15,000 subscribers, and I get about 1,500 views per video. It's not bad, and I make 100 videos a year at least, and I make about $100 a month from YouTube, from AdSense. So if you want to make money from AdSense, you need 100,000 subs. You need 20,000, 30,000 views per video. then you start to actually make some decent money. Well, I'm hoping that the more advanced resins will become affordable. For example, the biggest problem with resin printers, like this one's damaged so I can break it, is that actually that's pretty tough. Wow, that's actually pretty strong. I'm impressed. I thought that was going to break. But the biggest problem is they tend to be brittle. So if you get, usually this might be tougher. I mixed this with some of the ABS-like resin. Maybe that helps. But usually they're a little on the brittle side, but that was actually pretty tough. Wow, mixing the resin together really helped. Cool. But a lot of the little delicate prints using regular resin, if you drop them, they crack. So having a little bit of flex, having a little bit of what we call toughness would go a long way, and those resins are still pretty expensive. Hey, bunny. And it's especially a problem when you start printing thin. These are solid. There's no hollowness in this. I printed it solid. When you start printing hollow, it changes big time. Like, you know, this is actually pretty strong. Wow. Like, even this thin piece I'm trying to bend. I'm impressed. Yeah, I can't allow that, welfare god. You got to keep it PG. Okay, keep it PG-13 at least. And that word's not PG-13. Not yet. I do have some Stickeryeti, but I believe it's fast. Stickeryeti fast, not the tough or the tenacious. The ABS-like resins from LED are a little bit tougher than the regular resins. Yep, I had to do my entire Captain Planet hollow, 0.5 wall thickness. And yeah, they are delicate. You got to be gentle with them. 3D print a fleshlight? I could, but it wouldn't be very comfortable. We don't have silicone filament yet. So, although I guess if you use some Ninja Flex, that might work. They have the really, really squishy Ninja Flex. But now you're talking about 4 or 5 times the cost of a fleshlight. A legit name brand fleshlight is $40-50. To 3D print your one's going to cost you well over $100. Well, there's rough, and then there's shred my appendage. That's a different kind of rough. But Ninja Flex might work, especially if you Vase mode print the sleeve that goes on the inside. Yeah, that might work. Your shop is selling a used one. I'd avoid that shop. And you can get cheap fleshlights for like $4 on eBay, and you can get vibrating cheap fleshlights for, I think I was paying $16 a piece for them because I was selling them for $45, $40. What did I miss? Yes, the Mars LCD, which is also compatible with the Creality printer, and the aftermarket screens are compatible with the Photon, because the Mars and the Creality have a straight ribbon cable with a plug on the end, and that straight ribbon cable has to plug into a circuit board. Okay, the Photon, it has a straight ribbon cable with a 90-degree bend in it, and that 90-degree bend has the connector. So a aftermarket screen will fit any of the printers, but an OEM screen will not fit all of them, because the Photon needs the 90-degree bend, and the Mars and the Creality need the straight cable. Now, the aftermarket screens, which you can buy on Amazon, I have them linked down below, they are $30. And those come with straight cable, and they also come with a little adapter cable that makes the 90-degree bend, so it'll work on the Photon or the Mars or the Creality. So the aftermarket screens for $30 will fit any of the printers. They all use exactly the same screen. Yeah, the Japanese know how to get their kink on. Nice, that's a good idea. Yeah, I like dark. I switch any app I can, I switch to dark mode. You know, black background, white text. It's so much easier to read. Now, a passive screen, like my Kindle, I prefer white with black text. But an illuminated screen, like my computer, my TV, my laptop, my phone, black with a white text is so much better. Especially if you have an OLED screen, because then the black is really black. "3D print a custom pair of feet? If you could provide me with a model, yes. It's just a 3D print." What I would do to print a foot is, let's say this is the foot, okay? What I would do is I would print the foot from the ankle, not from the foot, and I would cut the ankle at an angle like this, okay? By cutting the foot at an angle like this, I can mount it on the printer like this, which means I could do the whole thing without support. If you can find me a model of Beyonce's feet, I can print Beyonce's feet. So I can print, but what I can't do is model for you. So you've got to be able to provide me with an STL file. Yeah, that's one of the nice things I liked about the upgrade from the LG V20 to the V40, even though I can't remove the battery, which really pisses me off. Although, so far the battery's holding up good. The OLED screen makes text a lot easier to read. Are they pleasurable? How do I know? I don't know. It's up to you. Probably the best thing you could do with 3D printed feet would be to plasti dip them. So after you have the 3D printed foot, dip it in plasti dip. That would take a lot of plasti dip, by the way, and that will give you that smooth, soft rubber coating on the outside, so it'd feel more like a foot. What's a really cool model, Zastafon? Any good Yum Yum deals this week? I got a whole crap ton of. Let me show you. This is great. I love this stuff. This stuff is so good. This is like my favorite bread in the world. The King's Hawaiian Sweet Rolls. Oh, they're so good. I don't buy them too often because they are $7 for this. All right. So they had a special on these, a sale promotion, whatever. So they had a lot of them, which means a lot of them were reaching their expiration date. And when they get close to the expiration date, they toss them on the clearance rack for $3.29. So I bought like 7 of them. Oh, they're so good. I make egg sandwiches for breakfast out of them. I make sliders for dinner out of them. I just put butter and salt on them and just eat them as they are. Oh, I'm going to try making garlic bread too. I never tried sweet and savory garlic bread, so I'm wondering how garlic bread will come out made with those rolls. So yeah, they're good. Yeah, YouTube doesn't like some links. It just won't let you post them. And you said Cults 3D. And do a search for that. Which one? There's a lot of them. There's a whole ton of them. French toast is actually better with older stale bread. So when your bread starts to get a little hard, that's when you use it for French toast. So just standard plain white bread. You don't want to use any kind of flavored bread or anything like that, because then you're going to be competing with the flavors you add with your batter. So you want bland, tasteless bread for French toast, and better is the older stale bread. So when it starts to get a little dry, yeah, that's when you make French toast, because it sucks up the batter. Well, I kind of figured that, Welfare God. Your posts have a very obvious bent. Nothing wrong with that. The first one, yeah, that does look pretty cool. There's someone on. Oh wow, the one called Dragon Head with glowing eyes and mouth. That looks pretty damn cool. So that is 4th row, first one. The door knocker one is really cool too. I want to print a full size one of those and put it on my door. The problem is the style door I have is not conducive to knockers. I got a big 9-light window in my front door. And number 2 is pretty cool too. Nergiganti 3D print model. That looks pretty slick too. You should try it. Feels awesome. What do you mean it feels awesome? What in the world would you do with it? It's a foot. Now that's something you can do with a 3D print. You can use it as to make a silicone mold. Can't use those kind of words, buddy. You gotta censor those words. You know, F *****. Gotta be PG-13, man. That means you're allowed 1 fuck per episode, and I just used it. I know, but it's got to be PG-13 or they'll demonetize my videos. So you say it, and you just say F ****. You know, and this way the message gets across without going outside PG-13. Yeah, sorry, corporate overlords is the correct response. They say it's because it's not advertiser friendly, which is complete BS. There's only one YouTube on the planet. Okay? What are the advertisers going to do?
Stop advertising with YouTube? Yeah, right. I have no children. I've never even had sex. So I can't have children. And I haven't donated any sperm, so there's no in vitro children out there either. Or Frel. And what's the name? Farscape. Well, it's just the way it's just the direction my life took, you know. Just, sex is dangerous. It comes with potential responsibility consequences that I take seriously. I mean, I do not want a child. Well, I would like to have children, but I can't because children are a responsibility. You have to be able to take care of them for 20 years. So if you're not stable enough and wealthy enough to be able to fund the process of caring for children for 20 years, you should not have them. It's irresponsible. Where's Feck from? Is that another Frack Frel from a different TV show, or is that something else? Where'd that word come from? Like Frack is from Battlestar Galactica. Frel is from Farscape. Oh, it's Irish. I will keep that up for later. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Really? So Mormons are Battlestar Galactica fans, huh? No, I'm not aware of too many people who can fart on command. You have to have one loaded already. The best is, a bubble bath in the tub and then light the farts with a lighter. Yeah, they're actually flammable. No, I won't. It's not what we do here. What I do want to do is find my nearest politician and give him an anal job. I'll light the rocket first. Yeah, frick is a common one. Eurovision episode? Oh, really? That's cool. No, I use it on other people's butts. He's just a troll having fun. No big deal.
I heard that.
Huh. That's cool. Because it does have a lot of religious intonations in it. There's a lot of religious background to Battlestar Galactica. That's right. This would be considered rape. Huh. Can we see that girl's feet in the back? What girl's feet?
I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't hear anybody sneeze. Oh, really? Oh, that sucks because we only go till 4 o'clock, but that's 6 o'clock Eastern time. So does anybody have any questions about the wash cure station? Things you want close-ups of or anything like that? Yep, I'm usually today's a light stream because there was nothing to build, nothing to print. It's a wash cure station, but yeah, usually we take up the entire stream because we will unbox a printer, we'll build it, we'll tune it, I'll make a print with it, fix anything that might be wrong with it. So yeah, it usually takes that long. I've done streams as long as 9-10 hours. It's not available yet. This is a beta unit they sent me. This is Sparta! Then I kicked the guy out in the well. Not yet. I'm still waiting for Ziltech to restock. I have 3 pieces left to print. I got the head and the 2 arms left to print. And I don't want to print it until I get more of the black. I think this is worth it. I'm going to use this. I was iffy about it. I wasn't going to say no, and I would be honest no matter what, but I was iffy about the usefulness of this. After using it, this is going to get used every day. Will I mail you what? This wash station? No, it's mine. Print a whole bunch of Marvins and a tornado Marvin NATO. The next TV show. But I'm impressed. I'm really they did a lot of well executed things in this where it's not just this isn't something they just slapped together and said, okay, you put your alcohol and your UVs in here and you're good. They actually put some thought into this. I don't know how much of it is copied from other things or they got ideas from other things. But there's yes, I'll take you guys back there and show it to you in a minute. There's no question they put a lot of thought into this and it's well executed. From the sensor to prevent you from turning it on when the screen is activated to including multiple mounts so that you can use the actual build plate and mount it inside of here, and even going so far as to thinking of the fact that this won't actually go high enough for a full build volume, so they include a separate plate. The acrylic clear turntable, the changing directions. I mean, they really did what platen is on it. This little plate here will accept the platen from a photon. So it doesn't come with one. It's just this little slot. You can mount the plate from the photon right onto here and tighten it down. Then you can stick that in the machine. So on the back of the machine here, can you guys see that? Yes, you can. So you have multiple slots back here. So like this slot right here accepts the basket. So if your parts are not so small that they'll fall through that, just use the basket because then you don't have to add so much alcohol to here. Then this just slides right in here like that. And that will sit inside of this. The cheapest is the Creality. The only one I suggest is the Wham Bam. The Creality is $90. The Wham Bam is $120, and it's at least 4 or 5 times better than this. It's a huge difference. You can set that up in minutes. It's easy to use, easy to access, easy to configure, easy to manipulate, to work with your parts and products. The Wham Bam enclosure is amazing. They did a good freaking job on that. I can't wait until they make bigger ones because I want more. This is also going to make an excellent resin enclosure. I could put 4 resin printers inside of there, no problem. And because it has no bottom, I could set my 4 resin printers up on the table and take that and just put it right over top of them. Yes, that wouldn't be that difficult. And then I'm going to 3D print a mount to mount the basket too. Because I'd like to have the basket be able to mount up here like this so you can let it drain. And then I could see putting a small, very small fan on the exhaust port that they have built into that enclosure. Put a hole right through my wall with a duct going through the wall, just like you do with your heater. Or an insert for your window so you don't have to put a hole in anything. Just to create a slight negative pressure environment inside the chamber. Not much, just barely, but it'll draw in air from the bottom and outside. This way you'll have zero resin odor in your house while the print is running. That enclosure is going to be fantastic for this. I would never put one of these printers inside this enclosure because this enclosure has a bottom, which means if you were to move this enclosure, you could knock over the printer and you'd have resin everywhere. Exactly. Just a little 5-volt super quiet fan, little USB powered fan. You can get a 120 millimeter USB fan, and just to draw exactly enough air, just enough air to create that slight negative pressure so that the air is always going out and never the other way. And that will take care of any odor issues, any toxicity issues. I mean, this is going to be amazing for resin printers as well. You can get one from Wham Bam or you can get one from T3DP. Both of them are fantastic. If you like PEI, buy the T3DP one. If you want to be able to turn off your heat bed, buy the Wham Bam one and ask for the polycarbonate sheet to come with it. Um, 5 amps. 5 amps seems a little bit low to me with a heat bed. Am I gay? No. I wondered if I was gay at one point in time just because I don't have that much interest in women, but I don't have that much interest in men either. So I guess you could say I'm asexual. I just, I don't care either way. Just not interested in sex. Well, for me, the difference is PEI, you can't turn off the heat bed. While with PC or standard print surfaces, you can turn off the heat bed. Now, for most people, that's it's just a skin, a sticker. You know how the printers have the sticker that you put on your heat bed? The sticker, that print surface? That's all it is. It's a steel plate with a PC sticker that goes on top. So it's still a flex plate, but it's a PC surface. So you don't have to have heat. You can turn the heat off. So because of my particular situation, what makes more sense to me is the proper amp rated fuse. So how many amps is the printer expected to draw? And you want a fuse that's 20% more than that. So if your printer is expected to draw 8 amps, you want a 10 amp fuse. If your printer is expected to draw 12 or 13 amps, then you want a 15 amp fuse. You want to be 20% over whatever your printer is rated for. So I don't know what the power rating for an ANA A8 is, so I don't know what the proper fuse is. The printers itself don't take much power at all. It's the heat bed that takes all the power. It depends on how warped your plate is. They do include little shims to allow you to level your plate. Little stick-on shims, little aluminum thin shims, so that you can work on getting your plate closer to level. So if you're only warped a tiny bit, that'll work. If your warp is pretty bad, then you would want to replace that plate with something that's not as warped. "3D Solutech" is amazing. I love 3D Solutech filament. They have great colors and their prices are good. No problem, Travis. Yeah, they're good filament. I like their filament a lot, especially their real line. So the real orange, real black, real white. They're really nice dyes. They're nice and opaque and solid colors. They also have ultra cheap silk filaments. So if you want to dabble with silk, but you don't want to pay $25, $30 a kilo, they have silks for under 20 bucks a kilo. I believe it's going to be under 300 bucks, I think, for the wash station. Considering that the next equivalent wash station is almost $1,000, that's pretty good. So the features it has, again, it has a magnetic stir motor to spin the stirring unit in here without having to penetrate the casing. You have a basket and multiple methods for mounting your plate in here if you need to. It's got an array, a vertical array of LEDs at 2 frequencies, 405 nanometers and 365 nanometers. And that is 40 watts of total LED output. And then you also have a plate that you put your washed models on, and it rotates through this LED array's path and cures your prints. Now, if you have cavities in your models like this, you're going to want to mount them like this and cure them, and then you're going to want to turn them sideways and then run the cure again, just to make sure you get the insides cured. But that's it. It's very nice. It's got a sensor on the back, so if you don't have the cover in place, it won't run, which is nice. I love 3D Cyutech. Good filament. I've never had to dry them either. I've never had any, S&P with them. Let me get this in here. And also, this fits in here nicely. It actually has a CNC milled cavity that the bottle fits in, so it's in there nice and solid, and it lines up correctly every time. And of course, you have your UV shield so that you're not getting exposed to that UV light. I like that I can stick everything in the basket. Oh, yeah. Humidity can eventually affect it. Yeah, wet filament sucks. But that's not really the filament's fault. You got to keep it dry. In Pennsylvania, we had a lot of humidity, but I had an environmentally controlled house. I had HVAC. I always ran the air conditioner, so it was never humid inside. And here, of course, it's dry, so. That's a matter of preference. They both function equally well. The textured PEI, the Chiron is holding up great. I've had 0 problems with the Chiron. The smooth PEI is going to give you that glass-like finish, at least until you mar up the surface, and then you're going to lose some of the glass finish. But it gives you that glass finish if you want that, while the textured gives you that textured finish. The textured can grip a little better, so the part might stick to the bed slightly better with the textured surface. There's debate on that yet. But otherwise, it's a matter of preference. Well, remember, desiccant does not dry filament. Okay? Desiccant keeps filament dry. It does not dry filament. Once you get moisture in filament, the only way to get that moisture out is to heat it. Yes, I have tried. Well, I tried their old Jessie filament. I haven't tried their new. And I do have some 2.3 kilogram rolls of some Jessie filament, especially that orange, which I'm really looking forward to playing with. And some PETG as well. Well, textured is if you don't want that shiny finish. I personally prefer a smooth finish,
I don't want my print bed adding texture to the bottom of my models. I just don't want that. Yeah, if you dry it and then stick it in the box, the desiccate will keep it dry. I use those where you need heat to dry it. You don't need heat to keep it dry. Desiccate will keep it dry by keeping the environment inside your box dry, meaning there's no moisture for your filament to absorb. But if your filament has already absorbed moisture, the only way to fix that is heat. I don't know. Maybe after a very long time with very dry desiccant. I don't know. But if you need it this week, it's not going to work. Yeah, exactly. It takes a very long time. I don't know if a vacuum would work. It would be interesting to try. Ooh, that sucks. Yes, I have the Elegoo ABS-like resins, and they're still brittle, but they are tougher than the regular resin. They have a little more flex. I tell people to get one of the you can get them for like 30 or 40 bucks on Amazon. I have a link in my description for a few of them under 3D printing parts and accessories on my Amazon page. But you want the round dehydrators, and you want the ones that have the digital controls, okay? Because you need to be able to set the temperature. Also, you have no idea how good the thermostat is in those dehydrators, so you test it with a thermometer first. You put a thermometer in there, you pick your desired temperature, and you make sure it's actually getting that temperature. And if it's off by a few degrees, then you just adjust your temperature. Like if you want 140 degrees and it's actually getting to 145, well, then you set it for 135 and you're going to get 140. But once you know what your values are, you just write those values right on the desiccant cover and you just set your temperature for whatever filament you put in there. Well, it's not so much iffy as they might not be calibrated. That's why I'm saying you put a thermometer in there first and check the calibration of the thermostat versus the actual temperature. But will that be enough of force to actually extract the moisture from the filament itself? That's the question. No, I haven't. Oh, man. But overall, I'm impressed. Anycubic did a good job. I'll give them credit for doing a good job on this thing. But then you have to build a vacuum chamber and buy a vacuum pump. Whenever you use uncensored words, well, for God, YouTube it either automatically deletes your message or it holds your message for review. And it shows only I can see the message. And so I would have to hit allow or hide. So of course, when you use vulgarity, I'm not going to say allow because that would hurt my ability to monetize this channel. So you gotta self-censor those words, dude. You gotta troll smart, man. I do eventually want to build a vacuum chamber just because it'd be fun to play with. I bet. Nice. Oh, I would love to build a vac former. Ooh. Because for some things, vac forming is just faster and cheaper.
Although I'm making some pretty impressively light. There you go. See? That gets through the sensors and it won't get demonetized. So right now I'm making really lightweight nose cones. So this is wood PLA. And so what I do is the nose cone is hollow in vase mode. And then if it has an unusually sharp point, I do a little bit of infill at the top here just to make that point form correctly. Probably not. No update. Everything is in the storage containers, but I haven't done anything with them yet because it's wintertime. And so I print a shoulder separate and I print the nose cone separate. I use beveled edges on the shoulder so that's easy to insert into the parts. And then it's easy to insert into here with the beveled edge. And that gives me a complete nose cone that weighs like 6 grams. I mean, it's a really lightweight nose cone. So I don't know if I would. Now, the one advantage of vac forming is speed, but I can print this in an hour. That's really not a long time, especially at the kind of quantities that I use. Now, if you need really, 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 really light, well, it's not the snow. Actually, the snow here is better than in Pennsylvania. Remember, I used to live in Pennsylvania. I lived in Levittown, right outside Philadelphia. Although that's a little Bermuda Triangle of Pennsylvania. So if you live in the Philadelphia area, you get a lot less snow than you do outside of that area. So if you live, Pittsburgh or Allentown or whatever, Seven Springs, Harrisburg, you're going to get a lot more snow than Levittown did. And here, we actually get more snow. We've already had at least 4 feet of snow here, maybe 3 feet. We had about 15 inches yesterday. Thanksgiving, we had at least 8 or 9 inches at least. That's 2 feet right there. And we've had small 2 or 3 inch snow days, like 5 or 6 times beside that. So that's another 12 inches. That's like almost 3 feet of total snow so far this winter. But it's not Pennsylvania snow. See, Pennsylvania snow sucks. Pennsylvania snow is heavy, wet, dense, thick, nasty. This snow is super thick because it's fluffy. So it's that, have you ever gone outside and you had that super glittery, fluffy, airy snow that crunches under your feet when you walk on it? You can kick it and it just makes a poof smoke cloud of snow because it's so light and fluffy, and you can't even make a snowball out of it. Snowballs just don't hold together. You have to compress a whole bunch of it to make a snowball. That's the kind of snow we get here every single time so far, no exceptions. So I don't even need to shovel to drive the car. Over a foot of snow yesterday, and I just drove the car right out of the driveway because the snow is so light and fluffy. It doesn't have that slick, wet, heavy texture that PA snow has. So we get a lot of snow, but it's actually enjoyable. Enjoyable snow. It doesn't soak you through like the PA snow does because it's not wet and heavy. Shoveling is a breeze. Now, if it starts to melt and then rehardens, it's a bitch. But if you go right out after it snows and shovel, you could do it with a broom. Literally, I clear my front porch with a broom. The snow is so light and fluffy, I just clear it with a broom. It's incredible. Where'd you send it? Oh, here you go. You sent it here. Wow. So that's a vacuum form model, huh? That's cool. A lot of detail in that. PEX is similar to PEI. It has the same property. I actually think it's a little superior. I think it has better stiction, but it's similar to PEI in that you have to have heat on, and it auto releases when you take the heat away. So when it cools off, it pops off. So if I want to make some competition nose cones, like some stupidly like 1 gram nose cones, that's where vacuum forming will come in handy. But for sport models, that's fine. I call that one woody. Yeah, get it? Woody. It's made of wood PLA. Do you have a woody? Then I got the Space Fighter. I actually just redid the nose cone to make it a higher polygon count so that it's smoother. You can see the polygons pretty badly in that. It's a neat trick you can do in you can see how the body tube has more polygons than the nose cone, which you can clearly see the faces on. So here's what you do. You do a Control D. You duplicate this is basically a hemisphere. I took a half sphere and stretched it. You duplicate the nose cone with Control D. You then rotate the nose cone 1 degree. Click. And then you hit Control D again, which will duplicate the new nose cone and rotate it 1 degree. Then you hit Control D again, which will duplicate the nose cone and rotate it 1 degree. So you just hit Control D, Control D, 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 and you duplicate the nose cone 100 times. And that gives you more facets. And then you merge them all together into a single part, and you end up with a nice smooth nose cone. Nice. Absolutely, do one. This will fly, yes. This will be a flying model. So this one here is actually almost finished. So what I do is there is a paper tube inside of here, which is not glued in yet, so I should be able to pull it out. There we go. So I glued in the centering ring back here and the centering ring up here. That is basically this thing right here. See? So that is this is the 3D printed centering ring. So this end here is beveled to allow easy insertion of the tube, but it's also a snug fit, so it'll seal and glue properly. And then you just take the proper length tube and put it up the middle. Line it up with the hole, and there you go. Glue that in place, put your motor retention on the back, and you're good. Then all you need is a shock cord, and this here would be a streamer. I probably wouldn't even use a parachute. And your shock cord would go through those 2 holes and tie up on the inside, and then you'd glue the shoulder in place. And then that shock cord would attach to the shock cord inside the rocket here, and your streamer would attach to that. And there you go. You have a flying rocket. I also printed the launch lugs. These are 3/16" launch lugs, so I need to print smaller ones for these little rockets, but they even are conformal. So that curve is the same as the curve of this body tube, so it'll completely mate with that surface. So you have a complete glue surface to hold down that launch lug, and you have a complete rocket. No, I don't watch Pornhub. I worked in, grew up with, and owned a porn shop. Porn does nothing for me. I guess when you're exposed to that much of it, it just loses any meaning. So this one's just a little more fancier. I took a sphere, stretched it, and pushed it into the tube, which gave me my little cockpit there. And then these are all the same part. So I made these fins, which is basically an ellipse, a sphere that's flattened, and I cut the end off, and I put a little sphere stretched out on the end of it to give me my little tip wings here. Then to do these, I just shrank this one down and cut more of the tip off. And then to do these, I just took these, shrank it down a little more, and made them a little shorter. So I had all different size shapes. And that is my space fighter. And here's a bigger one. It just looks a little nicer. This is 24mm. And this here is all one piece. That is all one piece printed in vase mode. Well, except for the launch lug. Okay. We had a pretty healthy gay section in our store, but again, never watched it, never had any interest in it. There we go. And then up here, that's your nose cone shoulder. There will be another shoulder inside of here to allow you to put a body tube up through the middle, just like I did with the wooden one. And that's it. That's another rocket. Pretty cool, huh? The problem I had with do you film at all? Film pornos? No. I've never filmed a porno. Yeah, this one's pretty nice. I like this one. This one was actually made from the tail section of this one. I really like the I gotta actually rebuild this in Tinkercad so I can make it higher resolution. But I took the tail section of this rocket and just removed the horizontal stabilizer. So it's just the fin, the tube, and the tube. And then I rotated it 3 times 120 degrees and merged them together. And that gave me that shape there. And then, of course, I just made a nose cone for it, and you're good. So this is going to be a nice sport model just because it's nice looking. It's going to be a low, slow flyer. You can put a D, E, or F engine in there because it's got a 24 millimeter motor mount. So you can put a larger motor inside this. I hope so. I'm hoping I can do some flying this summer. No, I don't smoke weed. The only thing I smoke is APCP and black powder. Rocket motors. So yeah, I'm hoping to do some flying this summer. I haven't flown a rocket in a couple of years, and it drives me crazy. Hey, Rui Raptor. Have you seen the cleaning station from Anycubic? I'm impressed. They did a good job. There's only a couple of minor little things I would change. So go over again the changes I would make. I would include a second vat. Although they'd probably have to sell that separate. Nice. I got plenty of motors. It's just a matter of getting out to a launch. Once springtime comes, there is a club that flies west of Albuquerque, which sadly is too far from my electric car, so I'd have to use a gas car, and that kind of sucks. Because that means every launch is going to cost me $20. Can I walk to a launch? It's almost 70 miles away. Well, not 70. It's 25. It's 50 miles away. It's about 25 miles from the bottom of the mountain to the launch site. And it's 20 miles from here to the bottom of the mountain. So it's like 45 miles one way. Sorry, I'm not walking 45 miles. All right, 3D Jimmy, you have a great day. No, I don't play Xbox. See you later, red light. There might be. The problem is it's intermittent. And at the speed that I would charge, I would have to drive down the mountain, stop, plug in for, say, I don't know, hour and a half. That should be enough to make the round trip to the field and back to the charging station again. And then I have to stop there and plug in for another hour and a half, 2 hours, and then drive home. So it would add 3.5 hours to my trip every day. And that's no fun. Now, if there was a Chatamo charger there, that'd be cool. Because the Chatamo charger would work great. Now, the question is, can I make it to the field and halfway back on a charge? If I can make it to the field and halfway back, then I only have to stop the charge once. The problem is, if I use the free public charging station, I have to hope it's working. And if I use the dealer station, I have to get there before they close. So I'd have to be there before 5 o'clock. And we usually fly till 5 o'clock. See the problem? You have to remember, with the electric car,
if I get to a charging station and it's broken, I'm in trouble because now I don't have enough power to get home. A horizontal difference depends on your ability to build and aim the rockets and how much wind there is. I've seen rockets where the rocket takes off from a launch rod and the parachute hangs the rocket back on the same launch rod it took off from. So 0 horizontal drift. And I've also seen rockets take off and drift so far away you can see them go over the nearest mountain. Bye. So it depends. I usually try to adjust my motor power, launch angle, and recovery system size to keep the rocket within a few hundred feet of the launch pad so I don't have to walk so far. See, when I go to a launch, I take a lot of pictures. And matter of fact, the first launch I go to, I probably won't even fly. I'll probably just be there taking pictures. And so if I have to walk far away, that means I'm not getting pictures. And that bothers me. So when I fly, I try to keep it short distance so I can go out, get back, and get back on the camera again, take pictures. No. It's not about the ride. It's about the desire not to pay for gas. So one of the reasons I wanted to live in Rio Rancho is that it was everything in Rio Rancho is within range of my electric car. So I would never have to buy gas. Living up here in Edgewood is the alternative best option, but I'm 25 miles to Albuquerque, and then you got another, 12 miles to get through Albuquerque, and then another 10 miles out of Albuquerque to get to the launch field. So that's a 45-mile trip. Now, normally, that's not a problem. 45 miles out, 45 miles back, that's 90 miles. That's well within the range of my car. One problem, 1,800-foot climb those last 20 miles to get back to Edgewood. That means I might not necessarily be able to go 90 miles. I might only be able to go 85. Then I'm in trouble. So we got to see. So probably what I'll have to do is actually make a drive to the field one day, not on launch day, but do it on a weekday early in the morning so I know that the dealership will be open, and basically try it. Drive there, drive back to the dealership, see if I have enough charge left to make it up the mountain. If I do, try it, go up the mountain, and see if I can actually make that round trip. Worst case scenario, I get in the minivan and I drive the minivan to the launch field. Well, they already have that. You can get a 225-mile range Model 3 for about $40,000. The problem is, for me, there's no difference between $40,000 and $100,000. I can't afford either price. It needs to be under $20,000 for me to afford it. It does not charge itself when you go downhill. This is something that people need to understand. All energy transfers are lossy. That means you can never exceed 100% or over unity. Now, car does have regenerative braking. What that means is when you are decelerating or, for example, going downhill, the motor converts from providing power to making power from your spinning wheels. The problem is, where did you get the power? Okay, when you're going downhill and your wheels are spinning and you're turning the car into a generator to recharge the car, where did the energy to make the car go 50 miles an hour so that you can coast and recharge with regen come from? It came from you accelerating. Okay, so you use 10 units of energy to accelerate, and when you decelerate you get about 7 units of energy back. It's about 70 or 80% efficient, I think. Might be less than that, I don't know. So you get 7 units back. So you still spent 3 units of energy. You didn't gain anything. You just reduced your losses. Now, going down a mountain, it's a catch-22. On the one hand, I'm going downhill, so I can use regen. But I started at the top of the hill, which means I started with a fully charged battery, which means I'm not getting much regen because the battery's already full.
On top of that, any energy you gain going down the hill, you're going to need to climb back up the hill. So it's always lossy. Correct. Any car under $30,000 right now is going to be about 120-mile range, with as low as 70 in the winter. Like right now, with the trailer attached to the car in winter weather, I can go about 70 miles, 75 miles, maybe 80. In the summertime, I can go over 100. It's not a matter of, okay, worth it is variable. I mean, I was making $24,000 a year, and the car was well worth it to me. But I was using $7,000 a year in gas. Okay, I was paying out of pocket between $6,000 and $7,000 a year in gasoline when I bought my electric car. Gas was like $3.64 a gallon. So I have $7,000 per year in gasoline. So now I buy an electric car. What is my expenses now? About $600 a year in electricity. Okay, plus the payment for the car. That's $300, $335. Then you have the increased cost of insurance. I went from liability only to full comp and collision. Now, liability only, I don't count because you have to have insurance, but the comp collision is extra. That's a cost of owning a brand new car. So I have to add that difference into this equation. That's about $60 a month extra on my insurance. Okay, so now we have, and I get no tax incentive. I don't make enough money to be able to claim the tax benefit. So there is no tax incentive for me. The Prius is not a good deal unless you're a specific kind of driver. So 335 plus 60 is $395 a month that I have to pay for the car times 12. That is $4,740, $4,740. So every year I pay $4,740 to own that car. That's the payment for the car, which includes the interest on the loan. It's only like 2%, so it's like no interest. And the increased cost of car insurance to have full comp and collision. So that's $4,740 plus the $600 in electricity to charge the car, because you have to count that. You're going to use a substantial amount of electricity to charge this car. And here it's probably higher, but back in Pennsylvania, about $600 a year. So 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, that's $5,340 a year. Well, do the math, folks. Let's see. I went from spending $7,000 a year in gas to spending $5,340 a year for car payment, insurance, and electricity. Well, when I do the math, that means I am putting an extra $1,660 in my pocket every year. And I get a free brand new car in the process. Free. The car costs me nothing. Because if I didn't have the car, I'd have to be buying that gas. Okay? So by buying that car, I basically got a brand new, somewhat luxury car. I mean, I got Bose sound system, heated seats, heated steering wheel. It's got a navigation system built in. It's got 4 cameras built in for a surround view when I'm backing up. LED headlights. I mean, it's a nice freaking car. And remote control, I can turn on the heat on my car right here on my phone. All I got to do is come here and tap that icon right there, and the heater in my car will turn on. Or in the summertime, the air will turn on. I got the car for nothing. Because if I didn't buy the car, over the next 5 years, back when I bought the car, not now, back when I bought my 2012 Leaf, I was paying $7,000 a year in gas. Assuming that would continue 5 years, what's 7 times 5? Right? $30,000. That's how much I would have to pay. Plus oil changes, fluid changes, and maintenance on that car. Okay? So by buying a $17,000 used Nissan Leaf, 1 year old with less than 5,000 miles on it, basically brand new, okay? I bought the Leaf, now I'm paying $53.40 a year, plus no oil changes, no fluid changes, and zero maintenance. The only maintenance I've ever had to put into any of my electric cars is washer fluid, wiper blades, and tires. Literally, that's it. Nothing else. I put 65,000 miles on my first Leaf before it got totaled. Lady rear-ended me at a stoplight. She hit the wrong pedal. And I put 40,000 miles on this car. That's 105,000 miles, zero maintenance whatsoever, except for wiper blades, washer fluid, and tires. I call that a win. But I was driving 50,000 miles a year. Okay? The porno shop in New Jersey was a 110-mile commute 3 days a week. I was delivering pizza, 90 to 140 miles every day. Okay, so you could basically say I was driving 100 miles every single day. Okay, do the math. It's more like 130 miles every single day. So if you're driving that much and the kind of driving you're doing is compatible with a short-range car, it's a fucking win-win. You can't lose. I don't give a shit how green the car is. I don't give a shit how environmentally friendly it is. I don't give a shit if the battery packs get dumped into the goddamn ocean when they're done. I am using zero gasoline. I have a brand new, beautiful car. That's a 2016 Nissan Leaf. It was 14 months old when I bought it. It had 4,280 miles on it. It was a brand new car, and I got it for nothing. Better than nothing. They paid me to take it, okay? Because I went from spending $7,000 a year in gas plus maintenance to spending $5,340 a year and zero maintenance. So it was putting $2,000 back into my pocket every year. At the end of the loan, I made $10,000 on that car. That's a win-win. But that was my specific situation with my specific driving needs that were very compatible. The pizza shop let me install a charging jack for the car. I hired an electrician. My neighbor was a master electrician. He did it for me for coffee and $100. And I put a charging jack at the pizza shop. I had a charging jack at the porno shop, and I had a charging jack at the house. So I could not go to work and back on a charge. But that's okay. I'm there for 10 hours. I drive there, I plug the car in. And then I drive home and I plug the car in. At the pizza shop, every time I was done making a delivery, I plugged the car in. If I ran out of charge, which did happen a couple times, especially in the wintertime, if I ran out of charge, I had a backup car parked out front. I had my Geo Tracker parked out front. It was a permanent vehicle at the shop. I got permission from the landholder, let them know that I'm a delivery driver. And if I ran out of power, I switched to the gas car for a couple of runs until there's power back in the car again. And then I switched back to the electric car. It was fucking great. On top of that, I saved even more money because now my gas cars weren't being used as much, which means they lasted longer. I never do oil changes on my car. Once a year, I do an oil change on each car simply because oil gathers moisture and stuff like that and sediment and crap. So once a year, I did an oil change on each car just to make sure there's fresh oil in there. Because, my minivan, I went from putting, 50,000 miles a year on my minivan to putting 1,000 miles a year on my minivan. That one long trip I took to Murph every year and didn't have enough power in an electric car to do a trip like that. That's it. So now my other vehicles last longer and require less maintenance, saving me even more money. But if you have to drive 120 miles one way to work, it's not going to work for you because you're not going to have enough power to make that trip. So it just depends. You have to have short enough driving segments where you can charge in between. And you also have to drive enough miles to where the gasoline versus loan payment makes sense. Yeah, see, you couldn't do it. You could not use a current, affordable, under $20,000 used electric car. You drive too many miles. Yeah, they screwed me on the 2016. They listed it as a Nissan Leaf SL, and so I agreed to an SL price point, book value for an SL, and it turns out it was an SV Plus, which is worth about $3,000 less. So I paid $3,000 too much for the car, which really sucks because that's just crooks. They damn well knew what they had. They just didn't care. No, it's not. That's a fiction. Okay? You know what it cost me to replace the battery pack in that car? About $12,000. I don't care. I would do it. Actually, I could probably do it for like $6,000 or $7,000 for Nissan. But the actual cost is probably more like $10,000, $11,000. Now, people say, oh my God, $11,000 for a battery. Are you brain dead? Did you not see me just do the math here? What is a battery? What's the battery? The battery is your gasoline. So let's say you get 100,000 miles out of the battery and you have to replace it. 100,000 miles. What's the average fuel economy in the United States? 24 miles per gallon divided by 24. That's 4,166 gallons of gasoline. Okay? What's the average price of gasoline right now? $2.50 a gallon? $2.80 a gallon? Let's use $2.75 times 2.75. That's $11,458 in gasoline. So buying another battery is cheaper than driving 100,000 miles on gasoline. And that's assuming you get gas for $2.75 a gallon. And that's assuming you get 24 miles per gallon. And that's not including all the other maintenance that car is going to require for 100,000 miles of driving. You're going to need 3 fluid flushes for your radiator. You're going to need at least 15 oil changes. And your differentials and other stuff are probably going to need a couple of changes too, or something like that. Your brake fluids are going to need to be changed once in that time. Maybe, but that's small. But the big ones is oil and radiator. And guess what my electric car doesn't have? Doesn't have a radiator, doesn't have any oil. So, 15 oil changes in that time, at least, at $20 a piece. No, actually, they're more like 30 now. So that's another $450. Figure $100 for each flush it's going to cost you. So that's $300. You're at $12,208, or $8,000 for another battery. I call that a fucking bargain. $8,000 for another battery plus the electricity that you use to charge it. German 3D printing nerd, hello. Transmissions actually go a pretty long time. But you probably have to do it once. So $60 to have someone change your transmission fluid for you in 100,000 miles. Exactly. So a lot of people think the battery's expensive because they're not counting the gasoline. And why don't they count the gasoline? Because it's not the same thing. The battery is an all-at-once expense. You got to pay that $8,000 for that battery all at once. Okay. Actually, I think Nissan says like $6,000 or $7,000 to replace battery. I'm just going to call it $8,000. So it's $8,000 to replace the battery, but that's a one-time bill. You got to pay all at once. Even though you're going to pay almost twice that for your gas car, those payments are spread out over 10 years. That's the difference. What about cooling? Is there normally melted filament in the PTFE tube? There can be if your cooling fan's not working. Okay, so the way a hot end works you have a PTFE tube, you have the cooling unit, you have the heat break, and then you have the heater block, then you have the nozzle. So this is the end of your printer. That's your hot end, basically. Okay? So the hot end is actually split into two parts. You have the cold end and the hot end. The hot end needs to be hot. The cold end needs to be cold. This whole thing is called the hot end. Okay? The motor that drives the filament is called the feeder. The combination of the feeder and the hot end together is called an extruder. So you have the nozzle, the heat block, the heat break, and you have the cooling fins. Okay? If you have melted filament in the PTFE tube, that means this here is getting too hot, and it should not be. So either you have a bad connection between your heat break and your hot end that's allowing heat to transfer up, or your cooling fan that keeps the cold end cold isn't working properly anymore. And so you're getting heat creep, it's called. The heat is going to migrate up the heat break and through into your cold end. But if the fan isn't working properly, that heat will be allowed to come up here and heat this up, and your filament will expand inside the PTFE tube. Now, the very end of the PTFE tube will eventually degrade because you're heating it up past the temperature it should be heated to. So the PTFE tube is considered a consumable. You do have to replace it every now and then. Usually after a couple thousand hours of printing, you'll have to snip off the bottom inch and then put it back in. Noctuas can sometimes be too slow. I've had good success with noise blocker fans. They seem to have a little higher airflow throughput than the Noctua fans, and they seem to work okay in the PTFE lined hot ends. But I have seen people with Noctuas that degrade over time and they don't provide enough cooling. Solutions to that? Replace your heat break with a titanium or stainless steel heat break that has less thermal conductivity, so it won't transfer as much heat through to the other end. The two screws that hold the heat block to the cooling unit, replace them with stainless steel. Again, you're going to decrease how much heat transfers through to the cold end. That might... Hey, Peter. We've been talking up your Wham Bam today because I think it'd be very good for resin printers. So, well, while you're here, a couple of things that I would like to see on the next revision of this thing is the ports for the air vent to to duct air out. I would like to see that on all four sides. So I'd like to see one on the left side, the right side, and in the middle on the back. This way, wherever you put your box, you have an easy path to get an air duct out to the outside. That'd be nice to have. And I'd like to see the opening for the filament spool coming out changed. So instead of right now, what you have is you have the filament spool coming out and you have a flap. And the problem is that flap sits open. Okay. But probably wouldn't add too much. Just, punch holes and add more of those flaps. I don't know how much that would add. At least have one on the side so that we have two different options for getting air out. The problem right now is I would have to go up, around, and down and through to duct that air out the window because I want this flat against the wall. Well, if I had one duct on the side, I can just simply have a little elbow and go right outside. It'd just be nice to have maybe one more. But I would think you could probably make these two panels exactly the same. They should be mirror images of each other. So it should be easy enough. And then the top needs to be changed because a lot of air comes out that top vent. So instead of having a flap that opens like this for the spool holder to come out of, instead have this way and have two of them. So what you would have is two flaps this sized like this, and you would just have Velcro here and here, and then your spool holder would come out like this, and then don't have these touch. Have those looks like broom material, so like a sweeper broom, so that the two would mesh around the spool holder and simply Velcro down. No sewing required. You would just simply have two of these that would be separate pieces. They would have Velcro here and here, and there'd be Velcro strips here. You would simply have your spool holder come out, and you would Velcro this down and this down, and because they wouldn't have to flex, because there'd be broom mesh material here, it would simply mold itself around the spool holder. That would be perfect. And this should be cheaper than what you're doing, because what you're doing now is two flaps. This is two pieces, and that requires sewing. This doesn't. Although you'd have the added cost of the little broom bristles. I think you've seen that before, where you have a soft exit. So it would be this with broom bristles sticking out, and those broom bristles would form the seal around the thing. That would be perfect. And because these were separate pieces with Velcro, it'd be easy to move them and adjust them to whatever size spool holder or position spool holder you had. That would be really nice. And then eventually it'd be nice to have a bottom panel made available, but not attached, just a stiff bottom panel, and then your slap mat as big as the entire thing with slightly deeper channel around the outside. So the slap mat would be as big as the entire Wham Bam box. This way I could put my panel down, I put my slap mat down, you could fit up to 4 resin printers in here, no problem. Put my resin printers there on top of the slap mats, and then I just take the entire box and just set it over top of the printers. Then you put a little 5-volt USB fan to pull air out of this box to outside. Just 5-volt USB, super quiet. You want no noise. It doesn't have to move a lot of air. You just want like a little USB powered fan, because then you can use the same USB power source to run your lights. Be careful with these lights. You cannot run both the warm and the cold at the same time. Even though it looks fantastic, these overheat real fast. I mean, this thing got hot enough I couldn't touch it. I kept wondering why my light kept falling off the magnets. It wasn't falling off the magnets. The adhesive disc on the back was letting go because light was getting too hot. But if you run it in single mode, you're fine. You just can't run them both at the same time. So you'd probably be better off getting the cool white, the daylight white LEDs, and just don't even bother with the dual one, just because people are going to end up turning both on and they're going to burn out the LED strip. But these are really nice. Now that's the other thing I'd like to see you add to this is Velcro loops. So a little Velcro loop, like right about here and here, a third the way in, basically, so that when I want to install one of these lights, I just undo the Velcro loop, stick the light in the Velcro loop, and put the Velcro loop back on. Boom, the light's held in place. And you could put 2 of those on each corner so that people can do it. But what you really need is just the front and the back. You don't want it on the sides, because then your wiring is going to interfere with opening the side panel. So just 2 loops in the front and 2 loops in the back would allow people to install strips like this very easily into this enclosure. You literally just snap it in place and you're done. A couple of Velcro loops along the sides on the top will allow for wire management to run your wires to the back. One idea that you can take from Creality is, actually, Creality did a nice job on this in that regard, is have some pouches on the side. Just a fabric panel on the side, so you'd have a pouch on the side. This way you have a place to put tools, instruction manuals, stuff like that. It'd just be a nice convenience that would cost very little to add. So you have a little pouch on the left and right so you can put stuff in. What else? That's basically it. I mean, you guys really nailed everything else. I mean, this is $90. That's $120. I'll take that 1,000 times over this. It's just a much better deal. And something else you might want to consider is 2 vent holes next to each other. So 2 circle holes right next to each other with a loop to connect them. Okay, because when you're ABS printing, you want to filter out the ABS fumes, but you can't vent the printer. If you vent the printer, you have two problems. One, you're introducing a draft. That's bad. Number two, you're taking out hot air and replacing it with room temperature air. That's not good. Now you're not going to get as much heating inside the chamber. But if you were to, the way I would do it, and you can do this all 3D printed. So on the back, if this is the back panel of the printer, I would have two holes sticking out right next to each other like this. Okay? So two vent holes right next to each other. And this would be the inside. And then what I would do is I would 3D print a little duct. Okay? That would connect these two channels like this. Okay? This way I'm taking air out of the chamber and I'm putting air back into the chamber. This way it's a neutral pressure environment. I'm not drawing in outside air, which is going to affect my heating. Then in the middle here, have a carbon filter or something like that. Whatever is effective at that is effective with removing the ABS fumes. And then you also need to have baffles. Again, 3D printed. So you'd have a little cone here with a mesh. So you'd have two plugs on the front here with plates. So you'd have a hole with a plate in front of it, and there'd be holes on the side of the cylinder. So this way it can draw air and push air without creating a draft that would hit the print. Basically a baffle, okay? And that would just be three. You take the two flaps off, you'd put your horseshoe on one side, you'd snap your two baffles on the inside and they click together, and there you go. You've now installed it. And built into that would be a USB fan and a carbon filter, and you'd plug that into your USB power supply that you build into the back of the printer. A little 4-port USB brick for $5 from China with a 110 power cord. So your unit would become powered, and you'd have 4 USB ports, one for your fan, one for your maybe a little tiny 5-volt heater, another one for your LED lights, another one for a camera so you can keep an eye on what's going on inside, yeah. But those are just some, it's such a nice box, it's worth those upgrades. And then we also need spikes for the top to keep the cats off. Because they like going up there to sleep. They've kind of confiscated this one from me because they really like sleeping on this. But yeah, those are just different things that you could very, very cheaply do to add significant functionality to this. Now, a lot of these you wouldn't, like the two flaps, you should just change to that. That should be standard. Adding extra holes should be standard. Just have the holes there. I mean, for this one, it might be hard to do because you'd have to retool for this shape. But for your new shapes, you only have to do the tooling once. So just add the holes and just have flaps cover them up. And I like the idea of it not having a bottom panel. I would like a separate bottom panel so that I have a plate that I could put my stuff on, like the slap mat. But you don't really need to do that. I prefer the open bottom because the problem with the closed bottom is you can't move the enclosure without moving the printer inside of it. Imagine a resin printer and somebody tries to move that and it has a bottom. Tip, resin everywhere. Well, it's fun coming up with ideas for stuff, and it's even more what do you call it? Worth it when people actually listen and utilize your advice. I don't expect them to utilize everything because then so I might have bad ideas or ideas that aren't feasible. But when companies take your suggestions and actually implement them, if they're worth it, if they're a good idea, that shows they actually care. That's one of the, call me a Creality fanboy, but that's one of the reasons I like Creality. They actually take constructive feedback and they use it. And the result is they make some of the best goddamn $200 printers on the planet. You know? And I finally got that affiliate link set up. I wish I'd have gotten it a year and a half ago because I probably sold a whole shit ton of these things. But I finally got that affiliate link set up. Well, also, you know, people say, why didn't the company think of this? Because Peter, how many people in your company? 5? 10? You know, if you're a big company, 20? Okay, now how many users do you have? Thousands, tens of thousands. So 10,000 brains, 10,000 brains are going to simply have more experiences than 3. And they have to run a company. So there's just a limit to how much they can use something to gain experience with. Would any of them even have thought of putting a resin printer in one if they didn't have a resin printer? I have resin printers, so the idea crossed my mind. So it's not that they should have come up with these ideas, it's that they can't. They don't have enough manpower, they don't have enough time. That's the whole point of beta products. That's the whole point of getting feedback, is that you're just going to get so many more brains looking at something. You're going to get a lot of flack. Oh, you're going to get a whole bunch of flack. You're going to get a whole bunch of noise. But you'll be able to pull signal out of that noise and find a lot of really neat ideas. But this, I mean, it's wonderful. It's just a damn good idea. I wish it could be cheaper. I mean, $120, $129 is not a cheap price. But when you compare it to the $90 that they charge for this, it's a bargain. But also, you need to work on the risers. Okay, so you need to make basically one of these boxes that has no zippers. Just one continuous loop of material. That's 4 sides, and it would fold up. Most likely, the easiest way to do it would be to do it like this. And these marks here are crease points where it would fold. That would allow you to do, it's hard to describe, but basically it would allow it to do this. It would let you do that, which means it would pack flat, okay? And then all you have to do is open it. But it needs to be 3 times thicker than this. The reason it needs to be 3 times thicker is that here is your existing wall. And so it needs to do this. This is why it needs to be 3 times thicker. Okay? By making it 3 times thicker, you'd have a channel. And this whole entire box would fit right into that channel. And now, because this would be super cheap for you to produce, you could probably produce it for 20 or 30 bucks, considering this whole thing cost you 130 to sell. So, because there'd be no zippers, there'd be no Velcro, it would just be 4 walls with 2 that fold so that you can compress this down for packing and shipping. And then this thing would actually just fit right into it. Click, it would just sit right on top of it. And because that's 3 thick with a channel, it would be stable. It wouldn't want to fall over, okay? And that would allow you to make this taller so that you could put an Ender 5 in this without having to redesign a whole new box. You could even do that for your other sizes too, if it makes sense. You know, if there's printers that are different heights, you could design for the shorter height to allow a more compact box that's cheaper to ship. And then just have these extension boxes to go with it to lift it up for taller printers. So do you have a CR10? Buy the XL box. Do you have a XYZ printer that's 50 millimeters taller than a CR10? No problem. Order the CR10 box and the 50 millimeter extension. And now your box is taller, and you don't have to produce 2 different SKUs. That's what I'm talking about, a solid bottom. This would be a ring, a solid bottom. It would be all one piece and, you know, rigid enough that it wouldn't tip over, because that's the fear. You don't want the thing tipping over. But with the LEDs, whatever LED you go with, you want a nice, bright, even light. You don't want warm, don't want cold. You want day white. But you also need to make sure that they're not overdriven. A lot of these small LEDs are overdriven. They're driven. Okay. LEDs are rated for a certain luminance based on a certain power input, but that rating for power and luminance is dependent on a certain amount of passive or active cooling. If you do not have that cooling, or worse, you're putting the LED into a warmed environment, then you need to underrate your LEDs to compensate for that lack of cooling, meaning you need to run them dimmer to compensate for the fact that they don't have sufficient cooling and you're putting them in a heated environment. Mine, I have no problem using these. I turn them on when I need them. I turn them off when I don't. But you have to assume that your users are going to turn it on and leave it on. And if you were to take this and put it in your box with this dual color and they turn both on, yeah, after about a week, it's probably not going to work anymore. I don't know. I don't want to burn one up because they cost me $15 and I love them. I also use them as emergency lights. If the power goes out, I can just plug this into my battery backups and boom, it's a light up an entire room. So I don't want to test it to burn out and kill one because I don't want to have to buy another one. But you need to make sure that your LEDs are underrated enough to survive in the warm environment, which means you're going to have to add more LEDs so that you have enough luminance. Because you saw the picture I sent you. It looks beautiful in there, lit up. You need it that bright. Because if it's dimmer than that, they're just going to try to add more. No, we're going to be ending this in about 60 minutes. But no big deal. If you have any questions, you got my email. Just send me an email. But but yeah, look into resin. Because remember, resin people are willing to spend more money too, because they're already spending more money on the printers. You know, if you buy a $2,500 Formlabs printer, paying $150 for a resin-specific enclosure is no big deal. See you later. Have a good day, man. I got to reprint one of these. I wonder, can I resin print one of these? Nah. I'm pretty, yeah, the vertically. This might print vertically. I might be able to resin print a dice box. Oh, that'd be pretty cool. I just might have to try that. A transparent dice box. Yeah. That'd be pretty cool. Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm going to have to do that now. I love the orange. Love the orange. Not unless we win the opposition for trademark. I can't afford to be sued. I just can't afford it. Because if you get sued, you can't ignore it. You have to hire a lawyer. And now you're talking thousands of dollars. What? So I can make $200 a year selling these? It's not worth it. But if we win the opposition, I'm going to sell them just as a big fuck you to Elderwood. Keep in mind, in case you're watching again, Elderwood, I was never going to sell these. This was just something I made, 25 years ago in shop class that now I can do with 3D printing. Someone else even modeled this. I didn't model this. I am modeling one exactly the same as this in Tinkercad. It's a little tricky. Getting these bevels is really hard to do. All the other stuff is easy to do. The inside, that's easy. No problem. But everything else is a little tricky. I'm working on it. because I want to do it in Tinkercad just because. But I was never going to sell these. This was just something I put online for free. But now that you fucked with me, now that you pissed me off, now I want to sell them. Just to piss you off. Just because I know it's going to make you burn every time you see one sell. This is what we call a self-fulfilling prophecy. You were worried about other people selling it, and by throwing a big stink, you guaranteed other people are going to sell it now. Because this would have been a forgotten model I had on my Thingiverse site in no time. It's just one more thing that I made and put up there, and I never would have thought about it twice ever again. Once the fad had passed and I was bored with putting designs on it, it never would have gone anywhere again. But now, if we win this opposition, I'm going to go hardcore to selling these. They don't have to sue everybody. All they got to do is sue a couple of people, and nobody else will try. Again, this is why governments never get fixed. This is why societies degrade and go to hell and never get fixed. It's the path of least resistance survival approach, okay? And it's a logical one. It's not, I don't blame people for this. I walk into a bank and I spray my machine gun into the ceiling and say, everybody down, I'm robbing this bank, okay? So Parang is sitting there next to Frogstar, and Parang says, Frogstar, let's rush him. He can't get us all. What happens? Nothing happens. Is that a reamer? This is a reamer. I believe this is what you call a reamer. I love this thing. What happens? Nothing happens. Nobody rushes me. Why? Parang is 100% correct. You can rush me and I can't get you all. Did you hear what I said? I can't get you all. But I'm going to get some of you. Some of you are going to get shot by me before you take me down. Doesn't matter if it's concealed. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. Give everybody guns. It doesn't matter. I'm going to kill some of you. And there's no way for you to know who is going to get killed and who's not going to get killed. So what is the path of least resistance for maximum survival? Do nothing. Because if you do nothing, you increase your odds of survival. If you rush me, you decrease your odds of survival. So nobody does anything. And that's how governments get out of control. Well, revolt. Tell the government to go fuck itself. I'm not going to pay my taxes this year. What happens? Sheriffs casually come to the door, throw handcuffs on me, put me in a jail cell, take my house, and they sell it. What am I going to do? Fight them all? That's not going to work. Even if I decide to be violent, they'll bring SWAT and kill me dead in my house, and the news will report me as some lone wolf lunatic. Okay? You can't win. It's not going to work. All right? Now, how do revolutions happen? Well, revolutions happen when people are starving or when they think they're going to starve. Okay? So I'm going to create that situation in the bank for you. I walk into the bank, same exact scenario. I spray the building. I'm robbing this place. Everybody down. Parang says to Frogstar, let's rush him. He can't get us all. One change. I'm infamous. I've robbed 30 banks already. And there's something that I do every single time I rob a bank, no exceptions. I personally put a bullet in the head of every single person in the bank. I leave no one alive. Everybody dies, no exceptions. I rob the bank, I kill everybody, I leave. Now what do? Well, you all die anyway, but I'll get to that in a minute. That's called life. But in this contextual example, now you all rush me. Why? Why would you rush me? Because now not rushing me guarantees death. I kill everybody when I'm done. I'm still going to kill some of you, but by rushing me, not everybody dies, which means your odds of survival go up. So rushing me now increases your odds of survival. As for why you would all die anyway, because some of you cocksuckers are dickheads, and you're going to try to improve your odds even more, and you're going to hold back and let other people go forward, and that's just going to give me time to kill you all. But you see my point. The point is, now
action improves your odds of survival. Therefore, you rush me. Okay? That's the same way societies work. The only time people revolt, with very few exceptions in all of human history, is when the alternative is death. Meaning, revolt improves your odds of survival. So the only time a society typically will revolt is when they are starving. Because now your choice isn't revolt or accept some more tyranny. Your choice is revolt or I die because I'm starving and I can't feed my kids. Okay? That's the difference. Hey, eccentric nut. I have a new nut. I call it the Elderwood nut. It's part of my dice box now. It's a little nut that fits in the dice box, and it says, Elderwood, you don't own the hexagon. So the only exception to this revolt theory in all of human history is the United States. And that was a quirk of technology and geography and socioeconomics that will never exist again. Should be Nerys. Let's see. There we go. So if the legal system works correctly and the USPTO correctly throws out their trade dress application, I can then freely sell these. No problem. We just avoid modern politics. Talking about theory and history is fine, but we avoid modern politics like Trump, Brexit, stuff like that, simply because it's politics is like religion. And this might anger some people, me even saying this, but that kind of a thing, logic sometimes leaves the room. And it becomes a my way or the highway. You're either with me or you're against me. There's no middle ground. You either agree with my God or you're the bad guy and you're going to hell. You either agree with my politics or you're the bad guy and you're going to hell. And that's the way that topic devolves. And that's why discussing modern politics and religion is just a bad idea, because you're going to bump into that. You either agree with me or you're going to hell mentality, no matter what. I mean, I had a guy stand up and call me a heathen in the middle of a lunchroom because we were having a discussion about religion. And when he realized that there was no logical recourse for him to take, he dropped logic, said, "You're a heathen," and walked out of the room. That's what I learned. You got to stay away from religion. You got to stay away from, period, except in very generalities. And politics, you just cannot discuss modern politics. You can't. It's just, unless that's what your channel is, you just can't do it. It's just bad news. It's never going to end well. Unless you talk about my kind of politics, because I have the only correct kind of politics. ETP, eat the politicians. If we would just goddamn freaking eat them, the problems would go away. And they probably taste good too. I'm going to make up shirts. You know, vote yum yum ETP. Then on the back it's going to say eat the politicians. Oh, I have shirts for Vote Giant Meteor 2020. Actually, mine were 2016, I think. But Vote Giant Meteor, and the motto is "Just end it already." I love it. It's great. I gotta find a picture to show you guys. I mean, they made bumper stickers and everything. Yeah, here we go. Giant Meteor 2016. Just ended already. and the eye is a little meteor. Oh, it's so freaking great. I got the bumper stickers, the t-shirt.
Oh, it's hilarious. See, that's the problem. One person can't fix a society. I mean, people are willing to kill people over $20 of crack. Do you think other people who are making billions of dollars won't kill you if you're a threat? Give me a break. Like that. They won't even think twice about it. No, the bus, again, that's going to be a in the future project. It's empty except for a couple little things. I got the 2 big pallet crates in there still with all the filament and printers in it, which I still haven't unpacked just because it's too heavy. It takes too much work. But come springtime, I'll have hopefully more time to work on that. But first, I got to get the shop going. And that's probably going to take a year all by itself. Limited funds. Oh, by the way, if any of you guys need some money, if you need some work, some short-term work, go apply for the census. Do you know what they're paying? I applied. They approved my thing. I just got to wait to get the fingerprints and stuff. I did it in 2010. Do you know what they're paying here? Now, the pay is different all over the country. But do you know what the pay is here? $17.50 an hour plus 58 cents a mile. Hello? Yes, I'll take that. 8 weeks of work at 20 or 30 hours a week, walking around to meet my neighbors and get them to fill out the census for almost $18 an hour and 58 cents a mile. Hell yes, I'll take that. One thing I've saw in the early Sidewinders, I don't know if it's still a problem, and I never actually tested this to confirm it, but apparently the what's that E3D clone? Titan? Is it Titan? I think an E3D Titan clone extruder they use, the feeder unit. Apparently, one of the wheels is not round, it's eccentric. And so as it hits the different min and max of the eccentricity of that nut, you're going to get that min and max flow of your filament. Because obviously when you hit the smaller part, it's going to extrude less filament. When you hit the thicker part, it's going to extrude more filament. And so as you hit that, it can cause that issue. I don't know 100% if that's the issue. It's just something I saw going around the forums at the time. Gun violence really isn't a problem in this country. It's not. I mean, if you remove things like, Miami, Los Angeles, and Detroit, and if you remove suicides, our gun violence is no different than violence anywhere else in the world. Most people aren't gun-toting nut jobs waiting to point a shotgun at people. I mean, if you go to a house and the gate is closed, don't go in. Okay, it's that simple. That's really easy. If the gate is open, knock on the door. The worst they're going to do is say, go away. It's not trespassing. You're there with a legitimate purpose, and you're not dicking around. If they tell you to leave, you leave. No big deal. No issues with the Hemera on the Sidewinder? That's good. The Hemera and the Sidewinder is a good combination. 70% are suicides. Oh, wow. He stuck a couple of mounts and painted it black, and now it's an assault rifle. Just in case people are curious, AR-15 does not mean assault rifle 15. AR is literally the company name, Armalite 15. I wish I could have an AR-15, but I can't afford one. Too expensive. I have no reason to legitimately spend that kind of money on one. There's just no reason for me to do that in my financial position. Now, if I do well, if I start doing better, hell yeah, I'll get one. I just think it'd be cool. Our Oh Brother, Who Art Thou flashbacks. What's that? Is that a movie? Movie reference of some kind? I love the black cherry. Well, I still think the peach is the best. The peach is just so smooth. It doesn't taste much like peach if you really think about it, but the scent really tricks you, and it's good. I nicked the census man. But yeah, now there are some people who are very anti-census, and it really doesn't make sense. They're not collecting that much personal information. I know, I did it. All right, I ran around with the book with the census. They're not collecting information they don't really already have, that type of information. The census just helps with funding and with, when they need to determine, well, how much money do we need to give to the state to help them out? Well, the census helps them to determine that. The more people you have, the more money you need. The lower your density, the more money you need because you have a low density and longer distances. It just helps. There's nothing vile or dangerous or nasty about it. It's just a lot of misunderstanding. The issue with the census needs to count the legal only. Well, no, the census needs to count everybody. The purpose of the census is to be aware of how many people are here. They do need to distinguish between legal and illegal, and that information should be protected, but they do need to count them. I mean, you don't know how to handle something if you don't know what's there. The census isn't to count citizens. The census is to count souls in the nation. If you've got, how do you even know if you have illegals if you don't count them? You know what I mean? So at least you will know that, okay, we have 50,000 citizens here, but we have 65,000 people. That means we got 15,000 illegals. That's information that's valid to have. They shouldn't get funding for the illegals. No. That shouldn't happen. If you're an illegal, you shouldn't get any kind of benefits. And most don't. I'm not aware of any place that gives benefits to illegals. That's a myth. That doesn't happen. It shouldn't be. But that's a political issue. That's not a census issue. The purpose of the census is just to count. What people do with that data, that's up to them. But the census's job is to just count. And if you're just counting, you should be counting everybody. I'm getting an FS on QQS. They're sending me one. So I don't know if I can answer your question on it since I don't have one yet, but go ahead. I just got a message the other night. They're going to send me an FS on S, the QQS. And apparently there's a pro version. I might be getting that too. Someone else emailed me about a pro version. I was like, okay, here's my info. So I may or may not get both. I don't know. Smells burnt inside. That could just be manufacturing. But if you air it out and it continues to smell burnt, something's wrong. I'd be looking for loose wires. So you're going to be looking for a loose wire that might be going zzz, 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 because it's sparking because it's loose. You see, that's wrong. They shouldn't do that. I have the original QQ Cricket. And I also have 2 MP Minis. And I also have a generic Cossel Delta, which worked okay. Basically, I won't touch a Delta anymore unless it has mesh bed leveling. Still heats up, but FL Sud had an error of HT, high temperature. I don't know what that means. Now, it was over a year ago when I talked to them, but in the past, their tech support was pretty good. They even went on live video chat with me and worked through a problem. And the problem I ended up having was that the technician who built the printer at the factory reversed 2 wires. And so the bed probe didn't work. So I could never even try to print because it wouldn't do the initial bed leveling, the initial calibration. It ended up being that just these 2 wires, they were just reversed. That was it for the bed probe. So their tech support is pretty good. So give them a shot. Just be reasonable and work with them. They'll usually work with you pretty good. I'll have to dig one of the deltas out at some point. I'll have to try to find one and work on that for you. It's not something I can do quickly because I don't even know where they are. I'm okay with young people. I'm okay with that because if they're young, it's not their fault. Do I have the? I might already have a profile in my Google Drive. 3D printing, printer profiles. No, that's the Monoprice Mini, which I believe is the square one. It looks like I do not have a profile for the Mini Delta. I probably got that printer before I started posting my profiles to Google Drive. So I'll have to dig that out and get a profile posted. And a sample file. How is the cubic so far? What's the cubic? See you later, bunny love. Mini square, mini delta round. Well, like I have a profile for the Monoprice Mini. That's the square one, the little one with the screen and the arm and little tiny print bed. But not for the Delta. I don't have that profile there. Yeah, I do not blame illegals for being here illegally. I don't even like the term being here illegally because I don't like the idea that you can just move to a different part of this planet, which belongs to everybody, and be called a criminal. I do not like that. Here without permission, yes. But calling it a crime, I do not agree with it. Now, the problem, however, is not illegal immigrants. They are not the problem. All they are is people looking for work. So the only reason they're here is because there's work. There's benefits to being here, which means the people you have to go after are the ones hiring them. Those are the criminals. Go after the people hiring them, and your illegal problem goes away. Yeah, deltas are a little bit different in the profile because it's a circle. So X and Y doesn't mean the same thing. It's I'm thinking 0.77. That comes up for some reason as some value that has to be entered. It's been a while since I sliced for a delta. But California also doesn't count. There's a reason we call it the PRC, the People's Republic of California. It's just this little weird nation state on its own that does some really freaky weird things. Hey, baby. How you doing? Yeah. You're going to go scratch them Californians, right? Those weirdos in California? Yeah, governments tend to be like that. They erect ridiculous reality distortion fields to get what they want. Oh, he's purring away. Yeah. You're a good cat. Where's the other little schmuck at? He's hiding here somewhere. Oh, crap. It's after 4 o'clock. I gotta get mail. Would you consider the Anycubic Predator? Of course, if they send me one. I can't afford to go buy one. But if they send me one, hell yeah, I'll consider it. Alrighty, that's it. I am going to, as I do more resin printing, I'll keep using this. Although it's pretty simple. It's a motor and LED lights. There's not much to fail. You want some electronics to control it. I'm gonna ask them about selling extra of these bats, especially without the discs, since you don't really need it. And I'm also going to try to CAD up some stuff in Tinkercad for mounting the extras on the printer, since I think that would be very handy. This one will be easy, just a ridge, so that this can hook on. All it needs is a little ridge right there, so that this can hang on like that. But yeah, it's pretty cool. I'm impressed. I came into this a little shaky when I decided to do this. That's why I didn't even open the box before the stream. I didn't want to have any preconceived prejudices. But I came in a little shaky, unsure. I was like, but now they've sold me on it. I'm impressed. And you know, I'm going to make another dedicated video on this just because I think a lot of other people are going to think the same way. That it's the kind of thing where you're going to go like, I don't know if I want to spend the money on that, but once you use it, you'll spend the money like that. It's just very, very handy. And you saw how fast it cleaned up these prints. And there is no residual resin anywhere on the print. No globs, no little skin anywhere. You know, that's the problem. That's why you have to clean, get all that residual resin off. But yeah, it did a good job. That's it. I will see you guys later. I'm going to try to work my ass off and get a video posted this weekend, since I did not post one last weekend. And that's bad, because all your affiliate link income, you can see the numbers just start going down when you don't post a video. It's no good. Nobody know. But next week, if assuming it gets delivered on Monday like it's supposed to, we're going to do the Frozen Sonic Mini. So that will be what we do next week. I will see you guys then. Let me see if I have to give a shout out to anybody. Nope, we're good. Just a shout out to Timothy for joining my Patreon. Thank you very much, Timothy. I appreciate that. I hope you hear this. And I will see you guys next week. Enjoy.